Chapter 765. Yu, who had already walked to the door, suddenly froze. Looking at the expressionless guards in black standing outside the door, Yu finally turned around with a pale face. Looking at Yili, who was sitting on the main seat with a faint smile, she said lightly, "Third sister, long time no see. Hadn't it been so many years?" It had been almost 10 years since the last time they met. The young girl, who was still a little immature in Yiyu's eyes, had now grown up to be the princess consort of Ding who could take charge at any time. Even in terms of appearance, the beauty that Yiyu used to be proud of was so weak and ridiculous in front of Yili. Yili might not be the most beautiful woman in the world, but she was definitely the most unique and attractive woman in the world. She was completely different from the calmness and gentleness of any beautiful woman in the world. She was calm and elegant, and had a tenacity and sharpness that even men could not match. So many different temperaments would not appear on the same person at the same time. But because of this, Yili was completely different from any woman in the world. It was no wonder that Mo Jingli still couldn't forget it, and even hated Mo Xiaoyao. Prince Ding was really lucky and had good taste. Many people had said this sentence. Even someone as proud as Yi had to admit that her sister from the same father did pay attention to making Prince Ding, who looked down on the world, bow down. Looking at Yiyu's calmness, Yi Li's eyes flashed with a trace of admiration. "How have you been these years, second sister?" Yiyu lowered her eyes and smiled faintly. "What's there to be good about? I'm just living an ignoble life." While Yiyu was looking at Yili was also looking at Yiyu. No wonder the people arranged by Prince Ding Mansion in the Yi Mansion did not recognize her. Not to mention that Yiyu had been living in seclusion and rarely met people. Her current appearance made it difficult for people to associate her with the beautiful Yi Jiaoyi from many years ago. After so many years, Yiyu's appearance had also changed greatly. In the past, Yiyu was delicate and charming. Now, Yiyu's beauty was still the same, but there was a hint of gentleness and delicateness to her. If Yiyu was a begonia in the past, then the current Yiyu was more like an osmanthus flower. It didn't look as dazzling as before, but if one looked closely, it would make one feel nostalgic again and again. If they didn't know in advance, even if they saw Yiyu from somewhere else, they would only think that she was someone who looked similar to her. "Since you're living an ignoble life, why don't you just die?" Mo Xiaoyao, who was beside Yi Li, asked casually. Even if the words that came out of his mouth were almost emotionless, one could still feel the endless killing intent. Yiyu's face turned pale. In the entire glass city, the person she feared the most was Mo Xiaoyao. If it was Yili, she could still deal with her with words. But against Mo Xiaoyao, she couldn't do anything. If possible, Yi really didn't want to go against Mo Xiaoyao and Yili. She didn't even want to have anything to do with the Prince Ding Mansion. But from the moment she came to Glass City, she was destined to face Mo Xiaoyao and Yili. It wasn't just Yiyu. Yi Wenhua, old Madame Yi, and Wang Shi, who were standing at the side, also turned pale. Wang Shi suppressed the fear in her heart and stood in front of Yiyu. "Prince, what do you mean by this? You is the daughter of a Yi family. Can't she be here?" Mo Xiaoyao held Yi Li's hand with one hand and leaned against the armrest with the other. He knocked on the mahogany armrest at a leisurely pace, but everyone's hearts were in their throats. After a while, Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly. "It seems that Madame Yi has forgotten what your daughter did to Yi Li." Yi Wangshi trembled slightly. "That was so long ago. Moreover, isn't Yi Li fine now?" Mo Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes and laughed out of anger. "That makes sense. Since that's the case, I'll let Yiyu die. Let this prince slash Yiyu. If she doesn't die, then the matter of hurting Yi Li will be written off." Hearing this, Yi Wangshi was so frightened that she almost screamed. Yiyu also gritted her teeth and didn't say a word. If Prince Ding wanted to kill someone, how could he not kill them with one strike? Yiyu wasn't a martial arts expert. In fact, she was just a weak girl who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. In terms of martial arts, she wasn't even comparable to Murong Ting, Hua Tianxiang, who was born in a military family, and noble consort Lu, who was known to be proficient in both literature and martial arts. Leah, Madame Yi frowned and said, "What happened that year was indeed Yuer's fault, but Yuer was also forced by others. She also suffered a lot these years. Seeing that you're sisters, please don't be calculative." Yili tilted her head and looked at Madame Yi with a faint smile. Although she said that she was pleading, Madame Yi's tone didn't seem to be the case. On the contrary, it sounded like an elder giving orders to the younger generation. Although Madame Yi was indeed Yi Li's elder, she forgot that Yi Li was no longer someone she could order around. "Grandmother, second sister almost killed me that year. Although grandmother loves second sister more since she was young, she is also your granddaughter. Grandmother's heart is too biased." Madame Yi was stunned. Of course, she knew that she was biased. She had always thought that it was natural for her to be biased. Compared to Yili, who grew up with the Su family and the other half of her life by Madame Su's side, Yi grew up by her side. Yi was pretty, smart, and knew how to please her. Why wasn't she biased? It was just that this was the first time she heard Yili say it so openly. Wrinkling her white brows, old Madame Yi frowned and said, "Grandmother knows that you have been wronged, but now there are only you and your sisters left in the Yi family. Can't you be more generous?" Yili blinked and couldn't help laughing. "Madam, you didn't think that she was complaining that she wasn't favored, right?" She looked up at Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. That was what Madame Yi meant. Yili smiled and asked slowly, "Grandmother, if I let second sister go, what are you going to do with her?" Before Madame Yi said anything, Yi Wenhua said seriously, "I will build a Buddhist hall in the mansion. In the future, she will live in a mansion and pray to Buddha. She will never go out." "Nonsense." Madame Yi's face darkened. She stared at Yi Wenhua unhappily. She spent so much effort to persuade Yi Li. It was not suitable for her to build a Buddhist hall in the mansion and keep an idle person. Yi Li raised her eyebrows and looked at Yi Wenhua with a smile. She said, "Grandmother, what do you mean?" Madame Yi raised her eyes and said, "Since you and Prince Ding don't welcome us, your father and I plan to go to Jiangnan with Ding. Since you and you are sisters, why don't you let her come with us?" "Father, do you mean the same?" Yi Li looked at Yi Wenhua and asked lightly. She didn't believe that Yi Wenhua didn't know about the relationship between the Prince Ding mansion and Mo Jingli. If he chose to leave with them, it meant that he also planned to be the enemy of the Prince Ding mansion. Then she didn't need to be polite. "No." Yi Wenhua shook his head and said, "I won't leave Li City. Yi Rong won't leave either. I don't want anything else. I just want to see Rong get married and have children." Yi Li was very satisfied with Yi Wenhua's choice. Even if she didn't like Yi Wenhua, it couldn't change the fact that he was her biological father. Yi Li wasn't the kind of person who was so heartless that she wouldn't care about killing her own father. After all, she had been in a military family for more than 20 years in her previous life. She still had a good view of the world. As long as Yi Wenhua didn't do anything to endanger the Prince Ding mansion, Yi Li didn't think it was difficult to take care of him in his old age. Of course, that was all. Chapter 766. Yi Li was satisfied, but the others were not. Yi Wangshi and old Madame Yi screamed at Yi Wenhua angrily. In the past, Yi Wenhua would compromise in front of his father and wife, but this time he was very determined. No matter how old Madame Yi scolded him, he refused to say anything. Yi Wenhua, who had been in the government for half of his life, was definitely more sensitive than old Madame Yi, Yi Wangshi, and even Yi Yu. Once he compromised and expressed his willingness to leave with them, today would be the end of the Yi family. He believed that Yi Li would not kill him because of their father-daughter relationship, but Mo Xiaoyao was also known for his ruthlessness. Mo Xiaoyao, who had been watching the show, seemed to be tired of the farce in front of him. He sat up and looked at everyone with a faint smile. "Old Madame Yi, do you know that the Prince Ding mansion and the Dechu state have a grudge against each other?" Old Madame Yi was stunned. Obviously, she did not understand what Mo Xiaoyao meant. Mo Xiaoyao said casually, "Since the Yi family has settled down in Li City, then they are under the Prince Ding mansion. Now you're telling me that I plan to bring the man who tried to assassinate Ai's concubine to Jiang and to seek refuge with the Li Palace. Can I assume that you are planning to rebel? Old Madame Ye's eyes widened in horror. She couldn't understand how this matter could be related to rebellion. But this did not stop her from knowing what kind of serious crime it was to rebel. How can this be considered? We are not under your Prince Ding mansion. Wang Shi screamed. Mo Xiaoyao's lips curved into a smile. Not someone for Prince Ding's residence? That meant they were Mo Jingli's men. Then, I can also treat you as spies. How about it? For the sake of Mr. Li, I will allow you to choose the way you like to die. This time, old Madame Yi and Madame Yi were really scared. They looked at Mo Xiaoyao's handsome face and trembled. No, don't. You, who had been silent all this while, took a step back and fell into the chair behind her. In the end, she had underestimated the abilities of the Prince Ding mansion. She had planned everything well. She avoided the chaos of war and followed Wang Shi to Li City. She met Mo Jingli and persuaded Mo Jingli as she wished. However, he didn't expect to be defeated at this critical juncture. In the end, she was just a weak woman without the strength to truss a chicken. No matter how smart he was, without enough bargaining chips, he would not be able to withstand a single blow from a colossus like the Prince Ding mansion. And obviously, Yi was the type of person who didn't have enough bargaining chips. The bargaining chips in her hands were only useful to Mo Jingli. In the eyes of others, they were of little value. Mo Xiaoyao stood up and walked slowly to Yi. He lifted her chin condescendingly and looked at her carefully for a long time. Then, he said lightly, "You are the first person who dared to make a move on Mr. Li. I have always remembered you." Hearing this, Yi didn't feel the slightest bit of surprise. Instead, she shivered. Her beautiful eyes were full of fear. However, Yi could escape from the Empress Dowager and the imperial family. She could also escape the investigation of the Prince Ding mansion. She had traveled thousands of miles from the capital to the Yi family's hometown in the southwest. She could even live peacefully for so many years. Naturally, she wouldn't be so easily frightened. After calming down, Yi tried to make her voice sound calmer. She said to Mo Xiaoyao, "Prince, what happened to third sister? It was the Empress Dowager who forced me. I also had no other choice. Prince, please be magnanimous. Yi will repay Prince's kindness of not killing me, even if it costs me my life." "Force you to do it?" Mo Xiaoyao sneered. He shook off Yi Yu's chin with disdain. "Do you think I will let that old woman go? I don't care if you were forced or not. Those who hurt Mr. Li deserve to die. Even if someone forced you, you should die yourself. Why don't you die? If you die, perhaps I will avenge you and let your son be the emperor." Yi Yu had seen many unreasonable people. However, this was the first time Yi Yu had seen someone ask, "Why don't you die?" so matter-of-factly. For a moment, she couldn't come back to her senses. After a while, she trembled and said, "Prince, you mean the Empress Dowager forced me to kill third sister, so I should die myself?" "That's right." Mo Xiaoyao nodded with satisfaction and said, "All of you can die. Only I, Mr. Li, can't be hurt. I will make anyone who dares to hurt her regret living. You should be satisfied after living for so many years." "Lunatic," Yi Yu said with a trembling voice. She turned to look at Yi Li and smiled bitterly. "Third sister, are you really not afraid of being with such a lunatic?" Mo Xiaoyao's face darkened. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. He raised his hand and was about to slap Yi Li's head. Behind him, Yi Li raised her hand and grabbed his wrist. She pulled his hand back and interlocked their fingers. Seeing Yi Yu's shocked expression, Yi Li smiled faintly and said, "Why should I be afraid? I believe that if there is only one person in this world who won't hurt me, it will be him. Don't you think it's a very blissful thing to have such a person by your side?" "Blissful?" Yi Yu stared blankly at the two people standing side by side in front of her. A trace of confusion flashed across her eyes. When she looked back, she realized that she had never experienced blissful in her life. The only time she felt happy was when she was a young girl before entering the palace. Moreover, it was after Lady Su passed away and Lady Wang was promoted to the head wife. Because before that, she was just a concubine's daughter in the Yi family. These days only lasted for 2 or 3 years. When she entered the palace, she was walking on thin ice everywhere. How could she be happy? Mo Jingqi had never loved her. Of course, she had never loved Mo Jingqi. Therefore, she did not understand what Yili meant by blissful. But looking at the two's tightly interlocked hands, her heart was incomparably envious and lonely. Second sister, tell me, what did you use to exchange with Mo Jingli? Yili asked softly. Yiyu closed her eyes and did not speak. Yili did not get angry. She smiled faintly and said, Second sister, I don't want to torture you. With your body, I'm afraid you won't be able to endure it. Yiyu coldly said, What difference does it make whether I can endure it or not? Do you think Prince Ding will spare me? Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said he won't. But I seem to remember that the person who did the autopsy reported that the child burned to death in the fire was not the fifth prince. HM? Yiyu's expression finally became ugly. Mo Xiaoyao, you dare. Is there anything in this world that I don't dare to do? Mo Xiaoyao asked. You are very smart. You didn't bring that child to Li City. That child also looks a bit like Mo Jingqi. But you're not smart enough. That is, you shouldn't have brought him to the northwest. Yiyu's face was pale. She gritted her teeth and said, I'll say. Back then, the emperor gave Mo Jingli a drug. I have the antidote. Mo Xiaoyao frowned. Antidote? Didn't you say that there was no antidote? At that time, he had also looked for Shan Yang to study the drug. Shan Yang had casually thrown it away after a glance, saying that there was no antidote. Chapter 767. Yiyu said, There is nothing in this world that is incurable. Even the vicious poison in Prince's body was cured. You know quite a bit. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. If this woman had not violated his taboo, he would not have minded giving her some praise. Yiyu ignored him and continued. The reason why there is no antidote is because the poison and antidote come from the same herb and cannot be replaced. In other words, even if the same herb is found, the antidote can only cure the poison from the same herb. Therefore, every poison and antidote is unique. The antidote for Mo Jingli's poison is in my hands. If that is the case, it is no wonder that Mo Jingli dares to cause trouble under I's nose. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, To Mo Jingli, even if you had no other use, just this point was enough for Mo Jingli to do his best to take her away. After all, not having a son was Mo Jingli's greatest pain and weakness other than the throne. Where's the antidote? Mo Xiaoyao asked. Yiyu gritted her teeth. Mo Xiaoyao said calmly, I do not need that antidote. I only need Mo Jingli not to get it. Tell me, if I killed you now, would I be able to do it? When faced with such an opponent, there was no other way but to retreat without limit. In the end, Yiyu could only reluctantly take out an eye-catching hairpin from her hair and throw it into Mo Xiaoyao's hand. Mo Xiaoyao threw it to Qin Feng at the door and said, Let Shan Yang take a look. After losing almost all of her bargaining chips, Yiyu seemed to be much more relaxed. She fell into the chair and looked at Mo Xiaoyao, saying, I have nothing to say. What else do you want? Mo Xiaoyao still wanted to say something, but the guard outside the door reported, Prince Wang Fei, Prince Li is here. Mo Xiaoyao leaned on Yi Li's shoulder and laughed softly. Sure enough, you found Mo Jingli's Achilles heel. You came at the right time. Yi Li looked at him helplessly. Was it really good to gloat over this kind of thing? When Mo Xiaoyao was done laughing, he held Yi Li's hand and turned to Yi Wenhua. Father-in-law? Yi Wenhua had never heard Mo Xiaoyao call him father-in-law before, but at this moment, he felt that it would be better if he never heard it. Mo Xiaoyao stepped forward with trepidation and said, I'll leave Yiyu to you for now. If anything were to happen, your entire family would be dead. Yes, I understand. I won't let them do anything rash. Yi Wenhua replied in surprise. He almost didn't expect that today's matter would end well. He thought that Yi was going to die. He didn't expect that Mo Xiaoyao would unexpectedly relent, so he quickly agreed. After all, Yi was his daughter. Mo Xiaoyao nodded with satisfaction and left with Yi Li. In the study, Old Madam Yi and others didn't catch their breath until all the guards outside the study left. Wang Shi pulled Yi Wenhua's sleeve and cried, "Old master, what should we do now?" Yi Wenhua's face was as calm as water. He stared at Wang Shi, who was crying for a long time. Just when Wang Shi thought that he was going to say something, he slapped her hard on the face. This slap was even harder than the previous one. Wang Shi's head hit the edge of the table, and blood immediately flowed out. "Old master, father, what are you doing?" The three of them screamed in fear. Yi Wenhua stared at Mrs. Wang and said, "Stay in your own room obediently. If you dare to step out of the room, you can get the divorce papers and get out." "Old master." Wang Shi was so scared that she even forgot to cry. Yi Wenhua stopped talking to her after he finished talking. He looked at Yi Yu and said, "And you, don't be so smart if you don't want to die. Don't drag the Yi family down with you." Yi Yu lowered her eyes and clenched her hands that were hidden in her sleeves. "Father, I know. It's good that you know," Yi Wenhua said in a low voice. "Hwar." Old Madam Yi frowned. She was very unhappy with her son's tough behavior. Yi Wenhua didn't wait for her to finish and said sternly, "Mother, do you really want to see the Yi family die without any descendants?" Old Madam Yi was shocked and said, "How can it be? You are Yi Li's biological father. How dare she?" Yi Wenhua smiled bitterly and said, "Li may not, but when did Prince Ding really treat me as his father-in-law?" "Mother, do you know how many people Prince Ding has killed these years? Or do you think that he can't do it?" Old Madam Yi was silent. These years, Mo Xiaoyao had killed many people on the battlefield. Just for Yi Li alone, how many people had he killed? Thinking of this, Old Madam Yi couldn't help but shiver. Yi Wenhua snorted and ignored Old Madam Yi, who wanted to say something. He turned around and left. Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao walked out of the study and went to the front hall side by side. Yi Li asked curiously, "What are you going to do with Yi Yu?" It wasn't that she didn't trust Mo Xiaoyao, but it wasn't like Mo Xiaoyao to let her go so easily. Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head and looked at Yi Li with a gentle smile. "Since she entertained I will let her be happy for 2 days. Yi doesn't look like someone who will leave her fate to fate. She was able to escape from death in the palace, let alone now. And Yi was a smart person. She must have guessed that Mo Xiaoyao wouldn't really let her go. She was afraid that something would happen if she was left alone." Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, "I am afraid that she will leave her fate to fate. That year, didn't she want to burn Li to death? It's too easy for her to die like this. Li, don't worry about her. Come without a play with Mo Jingli." He didn't give Yi Li time to think and pulled Yi Li to the front yard. Zhuo Jing and Wei Lin, who were following behind them, couldn't help but shiver. They both looked at each other. Was Prince planning to burn Yi Yu alive? If so, they had to sympathize with her. She might as well have been killed by Prince just now. Also, what do you mean by teasing Prince Li? Your Highness, are you sure you're talking about Prince Li and not the little white dog that young Madame Su raised? Chapter 768. In the main hall of the Yi Manor, Mo Jingli sat and drank tea with a gloomy expression. Only his tightly clenched hands showed the anxiety and anger in his heart. After thinking about it all night, he still couldn't relax. He originally wanted to come to the Yi Manor to see if he could get the most important thing from Yi Yu and then find a way to send her out of the city. But he didn't think that he would still be one step too late and let Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li beat him to it. No matter how powerful Mo Jingli was in Jiangnan, in Li City, he could only tolerate Mo Xiaoyao's family. It was just like the saying, a strong dragon can't beat a local snake. In the land of the Northwest, no matter how powerful one was, even a tiger had to lie down and a dragon had to coil up. Glancing at the black-clothed guards standing respectfully at the door, Mo Jingli's expression darkened. He finally suppressed the anxiety in his heart. Why has Prince Li come to the Yi Manor so early in the morning? Mo Xiaoyao's voice carried a lazy smile from the door. The corners of Mo Jingli's eyes twitched. He raised his head and saw a pair of shadows walk in hand. His gaze fell on the two holding hands. Mo Jingli's expression became even uglier. He looked at Mo Xiaoyao with a fake smile and said, "Didn't Prince Ding and Princess Ding arrive earlier than I?" Mo Xiaoyao pulled Yi Li to the main seat and sat down. He smiled and said, Yesterday, someone came to report that the Yi Manor found a fugitive that the Prince Ding mansion has been chasing for many years. I and Princess Li were worried about the safety of the Yi family, so we came early in the morning to take a look. Could it be that Prince Li also received the news?" Mo Jingli said indifferently. "Prince Ding is joking. I haven't heard of it." Mo Jingli laughed coldly in his heart. How could he not understand Mo Xiaoyao? Even if the Yi family died in front of him, he might not even bat an eyelid. Coming up with such a lie was clearly just to brush him off. "King Li hasn't told I yet. Why is King Li here so early?" Mo Xiaoyao asked in a good mood. Mo Jingli said coldly, "Can I come to the Yi residence?" Mo Xiaoyao shrugged. "Prince Li is also the son-in-law of the Yi family, so of course he can come. Whatever, Prince Li is a guest. I don't want others to think that my Prince Ding mansion does not treat guests well." "Then Prince Li, please take a seat. I just obtained something interesting in the residence and was planning to go back and study it." A strange light flashed across Mo Jingli's eyes. He didn't expect Yu to be able to withstand Mo Xiaoyao's attacks. But when he heard Mo Xiaoyao say this, he couldn't help but feel resentful. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken Yu back to the post house, even if Mo Xiaoyao found out. The women of the Yi family, other than Yi Li, were all incompetent. After saying this, Mo Xiaoyao was no longer in a hurry. He leaned against the chair and played with Yi Li's hair while waiting for Mo Jingli's reaction. In any case, the bargaining chip was in his hands, so he had the final say in the price. From the looks of it, Yu had really given him a big gift. After a long time, Mo Jingli stared at Mo Xiaoyao and said in a low voice, "What do you want?" Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows in confusion, as if he didn't understand Mo Jingli's meaning. "What does Princely mean? I don't understand." Mo Jingli's eyes were filled with anger. He stared fiercely at Mo Xiaoyao and said, "What will it take for you to give me the thing you took from Yu? Yesterday, he had only taken a small portion of it from Yu. After a doctor's examination, it was confirmed that it was the only true antidote that Mo Jingshi had given him. But the amount was so small that it could be ignored." This, Mo Xiaoyao looked at Mo Jingli with interest. He was like a cat that had been set on fire, so he was in a good mood. He happily rubbed Yi Li's hair and asked softly, "Li, if there's anything you want, quickly ask Prince Li. Prince Li occupies Jiangnan and is not as barren as the Northwest. It's rare that Prince Li is so generous." Yi Li looked at Mo Jingli's angry expression with amusement. She couldn't blame Mo Jingli for being so angry. Any man would be furious if they were caught in such a situation. Of course, Yi Li didn't know that the reason Mo Jingli was so angry was because Yi Li was sitting right in front of them and listening to their conversation. Even though he had been drugged by Mo Jingqi, but no matter what, a man with this kind of problem would always make him feel awkward and unable to raise his head, especially in front of a woman that he had always wanted. Mo Jingli sat in the chair and panted heavily. His eyes were red as he stared at Mo Xiaoyao. If it weren't for the fact that the difference in strength was too great, Yi Li believed that Mo Jingli would definitely pounce on Mo Xiaoyao without hesitation. After thinking seriously, Yi Li shook her head slightly and said, "I don't think there's anything I want." For a moment, Yi Li really couldn't think of anything valuable to ask Mo Jingli that Mo Jingli was willing to give. Mo Xiaoyao smiled gently and said, "Since Li can't think of anything, then let I think." Yi Li looked at him without commenting. Wasn't he the one who wanted to extort Mo Jingli? Mo Xiaoyao rubbed his chin and thought seriously for a moment before saying, "Since Prince Li is so generous, I won't be polite. 1,000 threads, snow robe, white jade phoenix zither, 9 dragons nation guarding seal, and Titan Emperor incineration sword. In addition, your nieces and nephews just turned a month old. Prince Li hasn't had time to send gifts. I remember that there's a shop called Agarwood Square. The children there are pretty good. It should be fine, right?" Also, Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Jingli's eyes were almost bloodshot. His eyes staring at Mo Xiaoyao could no longer be described with hatred. It wasn't that Mo Jingli was too stingy, but that Mo Xiaoyao was too greedy. That so-called Little Agarwood Square was the most profitable of all of Mo Jingli's private properties. For example, the 4 items he wanted. Although they were only 4 items, the value of these 4 items was something that even if the entire treasury of the Chu Imperial Palace was sold, it might not be able to match. The 1,000 threads snow robe was made from the silk of snow silkworms that grew at the peak of the snowy lands. It was said that the number of snow silkworms was extremely small. Only a few of them died in a year. It would take more than 100 years to gather enough silk to weave a single piece of clothing. The snow robe was warm in winter and cool in summer. It was impervious to fire and water. It could be said to be the world's best defensive treasure. Most importantly, the art of weaving silk had long been lost in the world. The one in the Chu State's Imperial Palace was the only 1,000 threads snow robe in the world. If it hadn't been kept in the Chu State's Imperial Palace, it would have caused a bloodbath in the world. The value of the other 3 items was also not below the snow robe. Among them, the incineration sword was said to be the first recorded sword of the Titan Emperor. Not to mention how the sword was still sharp after thousands of years. The sword itself was the symbol of the Imperial Palace's orthodox lineage. Mo Xiaoyao immediately asked for these 4 items. It could be said that he had dug up more than half of the Chu State's Imperial Palace's treasury. This made Mo Jingli's heart ache. His heart was about to break. Moreover, he dared to ask for more. Seeing Mo Jingli bristle with anger, Mo Xiaoyao seemed to be even happier. He calmly continued. Also, Kingly left behind some things in the north that he didn't dare to leave behind. Kingly, do you want to take them back yourself, or give them to I? Mo Jingli's pupil shrank. Of course, he understood what Mo Xiaoyao was talking about. Although the Chu State's imperial court had already moved south, whether it was the Chu capital or the northwest, Mo Jingli still had many spies. And Mo Xiaoyao wanted him to remove all of them. Chapter 769. Don't even think about it. Mo Jingli gritted his teeth. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and smiled. Kingly doesn't need to be so angry. When giving a gift, it has to be given willingly. If Kingly can't bear to part with it, I naturally won't force it. Even though it's a bit of a pity, as long as the item is still there, we'll be able to see it sooner or later, right? Even if Mo Jingli doesn't give it, does it mean I can't get it? Mo Xiaoyao expressed his intentions to Mo Jingli without any hesitation. Mo Jingli was so angry that his face turned white. Helpless from the start, he was destined to be at a disadvantage in this exchange. Mo Xiaoyao wasn't in a rush. He smiled and said, Kingly can go back and think about it before giving I a reply. Ah, right. If Kingly is interested in that Yi's second miss, you can also bring her back. Consider it I's return gift? Mo Jingli's face darkened. He glared fiercely at Mo Xiaoyao before turning and leaving. Compared to what he had lost, even 100 Yiyus couldn't make up for it. What did he want Yiyu for? If he saw Yiyu right now, he would only want to strangle that woman to death. Seeing Mo Jingli leave, Mo Xiaoyao and Yili didn't stay any longer and also left the Yi residence. Seeing that Mo Xiaoyao had a rare smile on his face, Qin Feng and the others behind him couldn't help but put a large distance between them. Yili asked somewhat helplessly, Are you really that happy about scheming against Mo Jingli? Mo Xiaoyao disdainfully curled his lips and said, Who's happy about that? With Mo Jingli's brain, it's easy for I to scheme against him. Then it's for the treasure? Seeing Mo Jingli's expression, Yili also understood that Mo Xiaoyao's request must be extraordinary. Mo Xiaoyao nodded happily. I've been looking for the snow thread robe for a few years now. Unfortunately, Mo Jingqi had hidden it too well. Even the shadow guard of the Princeton mansion could not find the entrance to the Imperial Palace. There's also the Phoenix Zither. With it, young Master Qing Shun can at least work for us for another 20 years, right? Immerse Xiaoyao held Yi Li's hand as they walked. He happily discussed with Yi Li how to use the treasures after they obtained them. The impenetrable snow thread robe would naturally be given to Yi Li. The phoenix zither would be used to trick young Master Qingshun into continuing to work for the Prince Ding mansion. As for the kingdom-suppressing seal, it didn't have any practical use. However, it was said that there was a legendary book hidden within it. He could give it to Mr. Qingyun to study. There was also the incineration sword. Although the Prince Ding mansion had many treasured swords, one of which was personally forged by the founding Prince Ding Mo Lanyun, the cloud-embracing sword. Although it could not be considered a legendary sword due to its recent age, it was still a rare divine weapon. However, compared to the legendary #1 sword in the world, it was obviously not enough. Qin Feng and the others who were following behind them had black lines on their faces. Prince Li still hasn't agreed to give it to you. Immerse Xiaoyao, who was in an extremely good mood, did not care whether these things were his or not. If he took a fancy to something that was not his, it would become his sooner or later. Lowering his head to look at the beautiful and elegant girl beside him, Immerse Xiaoyao's lips curved into a satisfied smile. With the snow thread robe, he would be more assured of Li's safety in the future. Li, let's go shopping. Shopping? Yi Li looked up and asked with some confusion. Other things were fine, but in these past few years, they really did not go shopping. Even if they were free, they would go out of the city for a walk. The most important reason was that Immerse Xiaoyao's white hair was too dazzling. Even people who had never seen them before would naturally remember their identity when they saw the white-haired young man in Glass City. Wherever they went, they would be surrounded by people. It was better to go out of the city to a place with fewer people. Immerse Xiaoyao smiled and said, "Glass City is more lively than usual these days. Lily and I worked so hard to manage Glass City. Shouldn't we go and enjoy the people? Let's go." He did not care whether Yi Li agreed or not. He pulled Yi Li and walked in the direction with the most people on the street. The guards following behind saw the prince pull Princess into the crowd like the wind and looked at each other. "Commander Qin, what do we do?" Qin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "A few people follow from a distance. Everyone else, go back to your fu. Don't get too close and let the prince and princess find out." It was clear that the prince wanted to spend some time with Princess. If they disturbed the prince's mood, they would be the unlucky ones. The guard behind him had bitter smiles. It was a very difficult task to follow the prince and princess without being discovered. The two held hands as they walked in the crowd. As expected, they attracted many people's attention. Not to mention Immerse Xiaoyao's white hair that showed his identity. Just the two's appearance and aura was enough to attract most people's attention. Even though they were surrounded by people, it was a good thing that Glass City's people were very polite and did not go up to disturb them. But the people of Glass City knew, the people of the Chu State knew, maybe the guests of Xiling and Nanzhao knew, but there were still a few people who did not know their identity. So when the two stood in a newly opened shop that sold goods from the Western regions and heard the tall boss of the Western regions, who was completely different from the people of the Central Plains, speak to Yi Li in a strange Central Plains accent, Immerse Xiaoyao's face instantly turned green. This was a shop that sold all kinds of exquisite jewelry from the Western regions. Even though the porcelain and gold products of the Central Plains could be said to be at the peak, the countries of the Western regions had unique craftsmanship in gold and stone, especially precious stones, and had a different style. And this young merchant who came all the way to Glass City to open a shop clearly had the genes of a romantic country. When he saw Yi Li come in, he immediately ignored Immerse Xiaoyao, who was standing beside her, and took out the most exquisite jewelry in his shop to curry favor with Yi Li. He also said that if Yi Li liked it, he could give it to her for free. Of course, if the beautiful Miss Dongfang could do him the honor of having afternoon tea with him, that would be even better. In this life, this was the first time someone hit on her like this. Of course, this was also because there were only a few people in this world who were so passionate and unrestrained. Even if there were one or two of them, they would be classified as lechers. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry as she looked at this tall and handsome Western regions man in front of her. Yi Li shook her head and pulled Immerse Xiaoyao, who was about to explode, out of the shop. The Western region's merchant behind them held his most exquisite jewelry and felt sad. Why did the beautiful Miss Dongfang pull that white-haired man and leave without looking back? Could it be that white hair was more beautiful than his blonde hair and more attractive? The local waiter of Glass City, who was hiding at the side, silently watched his boss's suicidal actions. After thinking about it, he decided to tell his boss. After all, although this Western region's boss who had just arrived was a bit strange, he was still very good to people. If he died in a foreign land because he provoked someone he shouldn't have, that would be too tragic. He went forward and told them about Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li's identities. He also emphasized that the prince and princess were very close and had a very good relationship. The blonde young man who had just heard this immediately shouted, "You're saying that beautiful miss is a princess?" The waiter nodded, and the blonde young man instantly went crazy. "But that miss looks like she's only 15 or 16 years old. I heard that the powerful princess should already be the mother of 3 children." Chapter 770. The shop assistant silently rolled his eyes. "You don't look like you're just 20 years old. People from the West always look old. Anyway, boss, the princess consort is older than you. There are many beautiful ladies in Glass City. You don't provoke the princess consort anymore. You'll die. Even if the prince doesn't kill you, the people of Glass City will kill you." The beautiful love that had just sprouted was cruelly strangled in the beginning by the nameless shop assistant. They were indeed a passionate and unrestrained people. The blonde young man was dispirited for a moment before he became lively again. "Dearly, I just met the highest ruler here. Heavens, I didn't even greet him. That's so rude. Quickly prepare a gift. I want to personally pay him a visit. I heard that your king is a very wise person, although I didn't notice him just now. However, someone who is worthy of the beautiful princess consort should be a good king. He definitely won't mind doing business with me." He was the second son of a wealthy merchant in the West. According to the family's rules, the eldest son could inherit almost all of the family's wealth. The other sons could only inherit a small amount of wealth that was enough for them to live a carefree life or start business. The young second son of the family took the money and traveled thousands of miles to the east, where the land was said to be filled with gold. Although it wasn't to the point where the land was filled with gold, he felt that he could earn a lot of money here. He could even build a business that didn't belong to his family. Thinking of this, the blonde young man couldn't help but dance with joy. It's so beautiful, although the beautiful princess consort is already married. The princess consort might still have a younger sister who hasn't married yet. Lee, you're right. There are many beauties in this city. Yesterday, I saw a beautiful lady. Perhaps she isn't married yet and is willing to accept my love. The shop assistant with the surname Lee silently rolled his eyes and turned to prepare the gift. However, he could foresee that his employer would be mercilessly chased out of the Prince Ding mansion. He might even be beaten to death by the people of Glass City for taking liberties with a woman. After leaving the shop, Mo Xiaoyao's expression was still ugly. Yili laughed as she held onto his arm and looked up. "That person looks like he just arrived in the Central Plains and doesn't know the rules of the Central Plains. Why are you angry with him?" Mo Xiaoyao gritted his teeth. "I want to close down his shop and chase him out of Glass City. How dare he covet his Li? I'll make sure he dies." Yili shook her head and said, "You didn't mean that. Maybe it's the nature of their country." Yili could see that the young man didn't mean anything bad. Just like some romantic Western people, when they saw a beautiful girl, they went up to her to express their affection. If there was a chance, he might develop further. Most of the time, it would just be a cup of tea. Mo Xiaoyao snorted lightly. Of course, he could see the sincerity and pure admiration in that person's eyes. But even so, he was still unhappy. "Well, let him be. Didn't you say you were going shopping with me? How can you go shopping with such a sullen face?" Yili said with a smile. It was rare for him to go out with Li, so Mo Xiao naturally didn't want to spoil the mood. Only then did he throw the matter to the back of his mind and walk with Yi Li in the crowd. On the busiest street in Glass City, in a tea house on the side of the street, one could clearly see the situation on the street through the open windows. Inside the window, a few men and women with extraordinary appearances sat facing each other. Beside Ren Qining sat Queen Helan and imperial concubine Yun, and opposite Yalu Yi sat Qing Yana, who still had a veil on her face. The women of the northern region had always been straightforward. Queen Helan looked down on imperial concubine Lu, who was secretive and looked down on everyone with a pair of cold eyes. Pursing her bright red lips, she said with a smile, "Seventh Prince, when did you northern tribes women learn the pretentious ways of the Central Plains?" As she spoke, she casually glanced at imperial concubine Yun, who was sitting on the other side of Ren Qining. Clearly, the pretentious words were directed at her. But even the pretentious imperial concubine Yun did not wear a veil on her face. Being secretly mocked by Queen Helan, imperial concubine Yun was naturally furious. But she also looked down on the woman in white opposite her. At a glance, she knew that this woman was from the Central Plains. Following the seventh prince of the northern tribes, she even took the name of the northern tribes. She was so secretive that it seemed like she could not be seen. She actually dared to look at her with that kind of disdain. Who did she think she was? Sister Queen, you're wrong. Although the women of the Central Plains are not as straightforward and generous as the women of the northern region, they are also open. Except for unmarried daughters, no one hides their heads and shows their tails. If she was an unmarried woman, she naturally should not follow a man everywhere. Since she followed a man everywhere, what was the point of covering her face? Imperial concubine Lu was mercilessly mocked by these two women, and her cold eyes seemed to freeze. King of the northern region, are the women in your palace all fond of gossiping? Or did Mo Xiaoyao kill all the women of your northern region before bringing these two women out to make a fool of yourself? As soon as these words came out, not only Queen Helan and imperial concubine Yun, but also Ren Qining's expression changed. He stared at imperial concubine Lu for a long time with gloomy eyes, and then said to Yalu Yi lightly, "Brother Yalu, your fiancé is interesting." This time, it was imperial concubine Lu's turn to look ugly. Just like how she disdained to quarrel with Queen Helan and imperial concubine Yun and directly talked to Ren Qining. Ren Qining ignored her and directly talked to Yalu Yi, which also showed that he disdained to argue with a woman. Yalu Yi vaguely gave imperial concubine Lu a warning look. Although imperial concubine Lu was angry, she could only secretly suppress the anger in her heart. Queen Helan looked at Yalu Yi, then looked at imperial concubine Lu, and said with a smile, "I am indeed not as good as my cousin, but I am still presentable, right? Seventh Prince, there are still many suitable women in the northern region who are suitable to be wives. Your woman is not good." Imperial concubine Yun did not care about the fight with Queen Helan at this time, and asked gloatingly, "What's not good about her? I think this girl is very beautiful. She is too old. A woman of this age in the northern region can be a grandmother." Queen Helan said without any trace of politeness. The women of the northern tribes married at an earlier age than the women of the Central Plains. There were really many women of imperial concubine Lu's age who could be a grandmother or grandmother. No matter how beautiful imperial concubine Lu was, some traces of age could not be concealed. Chapter 771. Age was definitely the most untouchable taboo for every woman, especially for a stunning beauty who was no longer young. A beauty in her twilight years, and a general with white hair, was the most helpless thing in the world. Therefore, even the arrogant noble consort Lu, who was unwilling to lower herself to the level of a foreign woman like Queen Helan, was still enraged. "Bitch, what did you say?" Noble consort Lu was trembling with anger as she glared at Queen Helan and snapped. Queen Helan was only 16 or 17 years old this year. She was really at the age of flower. Although she didn't have the delicate and fair complexion of the women of the Central Plains, her young complexion still looked healthy and delicate under the sun. This was exactly what noble consort Lu lacked at her age. No matter how exquisite her makeup was, no matter how hard she tried to maintain her youthful skin in her 30s, she would never have the tender skin of a young girl. What's more, she had suffered for a long time in the past 2 years, which almost made her years of maintenance go to waste. Although she had tried her best to maintain herself in the past 2 years, her complexion could never return to its peak. Queen Helen's words undoubtedly sprinkled a handful of salt on her wound mercilessly. Presumptuous! Queen Helen's face darkened. She raised her chin and stared at noble consort Lu proudly. Seeing that you are Prince Yelu's woman, I will yield to you. Believe it or not, I will smash your face, and you won't be the royal consort of the northern tribes. I don't believe that the king of the northern tribes will make trouble for me. Because of this, noble consort Lu glared at Queen Helen as if poisoned. Yelu frowned and said in a deep voice, "All right, Queen Helen." Qing Yana spoke without thinking. "Please forgive her. However, you also spoke rudely first. Why don't we just let it go?" Queen Helen glanced at Rin Qining, who obviously didn't intend to stand up for her, snorted, and turned her head away without speaking. Noble consort Lu was originally unwilling, but under Yelu Ye's warning gaze, she gave up. "Hey, isn't that Prince Ding and Princess Ding?" Queen Helen looked out of the window and saw Mo Xiaoyao and Yili strolling hand in hand in the crowd. In a crowd of black-haired people, Mo Xiaoyao's white hair was naturally very conspicuous. Hearing this, the others also looked over. Sure enough, he saw an outstanding man and woman walking side by side in the crowd. The two of them held hands as they chatted and laughed. Mo Xiaoyao was wearing a light green robe with silver embroidery. A jade belt was tied around his waist, and his long silver hair was casually draped over his shoulders. He lowered his head and looked at the black-haired woman beside him. His light laughter was completely different from his usual indifference and coldness. The woman standing beside him had black hair that was tied up in a loose bun. She casually dabbed a purple-stamped hibiscus flower, and a delicate silver dangling hairpin gently swayed beside her ear, which made her beautiful face even more elegant and graceful, causing people to be unwilling to look sideways. Yili was wearing a very simple white robe with silver embroidery, and a light purple jade pendant was tied to her silver belt. The two of them were obviously not dressed formally, but as they walked in the crowd, everyone's eyes couldn't help but follow them. It wasn't clear what Mo Xiaoyao said, but Yili angrily glared at him. She raised her hand to snatch the thing in his hand, but Mo Xiaoyao let her pass with a smile. He held her waist with one hand and brought the thing in his hand to her lips with the other. Only then did the crowd see clearly that Mo Xiaoyao was holding a stick of candied haws. Rin Qining and Yelu couldn't help but twitch their mouths. With their status, no matter which woman they doted on, they would never do such a thing. But seeing Mo Xiaoyao do it so calmly and without any pretense, it was obvious that he was enjoying it. I've long heard that Prince Ding and Princess are deeply in love. Seeing it today, I know that the rumors are true. Imperial concubine Yun sighed faintly, and it was difficult to hide her envy for Princess Ding in her tone. Queen Helen also rarely agreed with Imperial concubine Yun's words. Prince Ding is an amazing man. Yelu Ye's mouth twitched. The standard of a good man was to buy candied haws on the street. Seeing his indifference, Queen Helen said unhappily, "Seventh Prince, can you buy candied haws on the street for any woman?" Yelu curled his lips in disdain. How could he, a prince, do such a degrading thing for a woman? Queen Helen was even more disdainful. I originally thought that only the men of the Central Plains were so hypocritical, but I didn't expect you northern tribes people to be the same. The men of the northern region are not as hypocritical as you. Every one of them is a good man like Prince Ding. Seeing that Mo Xiaoyao and Yili were about to pass by downstairs, Queen Helen stood up and said with a smile, "Prince Ding, Princess Ding." Downstairs, Yili and Mo Xiaoyao looked up and saw Queen Helen waving happily at them. Of course, there was also Rin Qining and Yelu Yi, whose expressions were not very good. Rin Qining and Yelu Yi had formed an alliance to fight against the Mahist army, so it was not surprising that the two of them would appear at the same tea house. But the two families had colluded under the eyes of the Mahist army in Li City. They really did not put the Prince Ding mansion in their eyes. Yi Li's lips curled into a faint smile. She nodded at Queen Helan and said with a smile, "The Queen is also here. What a coincidence." Queen Helan leaned against the window and said with a smile, "Prince Ding and Princess Fei are out shopping. Why don't you come up and sit together? Deference is no substitute for obedience." Yi Li smiled and agreed. She pulled Mo Xiaoyao into the tea house. The two had just entered when the shopkeeper of the tea house came up to greet them with an excited expression. Even though Prince Ding and Princess Fei lived in Li City, the two usually did not go out. It was no wonder that the shopkeeper was so excited that they could visit this small tea house. Looking at the excited and bewildered shopkeeper, Yi Li nodded with a smile and said, "Shopkeeper, don't mind us. We can go up ourselves." The shopkeeper naturally nodded and carefully snuck a glance at Prince Ding, who was standing next to Princess Fei. The prince holding the candied haws was really beyond the scope of what normal people could accept. He didn't dare to go up and make small talk. He could only watch as Yi Li pulled Mo Xiaoyao upstairs. Ren Xining's group did not sit in the side room, but the shopkeeper knew that their status was special. The place where they sat had the best view and the quietest place in the entire tea house. Separated by a folding screen of mountains and rivers, it formed a world of its own. It had the meaning of finding peace in the midst of chaos. Seeing the two come in hand, Ren Xining and Yelu Ye's gaze involuntarily landed on Mo Xiaoyao's other hand. Even though the candied haws were gone, Prince Ding, who was holding the dessert box in his hand, was still unbearable. This feeling was like a deity worshipped by all living beings in the ninth heaven, but someone suddenly told you that deities also needed to eat, drink, and defecate. Facing Ren Xining and Yelu Ye's strange gazes, Mo Xiaoyao did not care. He casually put the dessert on the table. Only then did everyone see the words, "Tasting Lotus House," on the box. This was Li City's most famous dessert. Queen Helan's eyes lit up. "This is Tasting Lotus House's dessert? Their desserts are the best. I went there twice and had to wait in a long line." Chapter 772. Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li obviously didn't need to line up. Even if they were willing, the customers in front of them would immediately give up their seats. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly. "Not bad. Li also likes it. If the queen likes it, you can try it." Queen Helan didn't hold back and said with a smile, "Then many thanks to Prince Ding. Prince Ding really is a good person." Everyone present couldn't help but twitch. Prince Ding was a good person. How many bad people were there in this world? As if she didn't see the expressions of others, Queen Helan happily ate the desserts. Of course, she wouldn't forget to give half to the original owner of the desserts. In just a few short years, Glass City has become so prosperous. Prince Ding and Princess Consort are truly good at governing. Yelu said in a low voice. Yelu had attended Mo Xiaobao's full moon celebration, so he naturally saw the changes in Glass City. Just the area alone had more than doubled. Not to mention, now that the Emperor of Xiling City and the Chu capital had declined, Glass City could be said to be the most prosperous city in the world. The northern tribes were barren, and the northern tribes' people lived by water and grass. Even if there were a few cities, they weren't large. Even the most prosperous royal house of the northern tribes couldn't compare to a second-rate city in the Central Plains. Therefore, the prosperity of the Central Plains made the northern tribes' people envious. Although the northern tribes had many cities that they had seized from the Chu state, the northern tribes' people were brave and invincible in war, but governing a country wasn't something that could be trusted just by fighting. In Yelu Ye's hands, the city that was originally considered to be in a good condition was now in a state of decline, like the sun setting in the west. Mo Xiaoyao said faintly, "Seventh Prince is overpraising. Compared to the Chu capital in Jiangnan, the northwest is still very barren. I'm just doing my best." The two men didn't think much of his modesty. No matter how prosperous and rich Mo Jingli was in Jiangnan, there was nothing to worry about. But Mo Xiaoyao was different. At least in the short term, no one dared to take anything from him. Although these days in Glass City, In order to avoid suspicion and show respect to the master, the nobles of the various countries did not interact much. However, they all had their own sources of information. At the very least, the West Hill, which had lost a large amount of land but had recovered it from the Dechu state, had no intention of provoking Mo Xiaoyao for the time being. Enchanting focused his attention on Mo Jingli of Jiangnan instead. If that was the case, they would have to think twice before going against Mo Xiaoyao. After all, regardless of whether they could win or not, if they ended up benefiting others, then the losses would outweigh the gains. As for Yilu Yi, for the time being, he no longer had any plans to start a war with Mo Xiaoyao. Within the northern militant kingdom, there was news that his brother, the crown prince, was on the move. In addition, during this period of time, the battle with the Mahist army had been intense. This made his mind, which had been blinded by victory, clear up a little. If his brother, the crown prince, gained the upper hand within the kingdom, then even if he defeated Mo Xiaoyao once or twice, it would be of no use. Unless he could completely wipe out the Mahist army, otherwise it would just be a waste of his own strength. Thinking about how Yelu Hong's relationship with the Prince Ding mansion was much more harmonious than his own, Yelu Ye's heart moved slightly. Looking at Mo Xiaoyao, his gaze became more clear and deep. Prince Ding, I have a business deal that I would like to discuss with Prince Ding. What do you think? Business deal? Mo Xiaoyao seemed to have heard a joke. Seventh Prince, your northern militant army is still eyeing the border like a tiger watching its prey. What business deal do you want to discuss with I? Yelu Yi smiled carelessly. There is a saying in the Central Plains, there are no eternal friends, only eternal benefits. At the same time, there are no eternal enemies, right? Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. That seems to make sense. Why don't Seventh Prince say it? Ren Qining, who was sitting opposite, saw that Yelu Yi wanted to discuss a business deal with Mo Xiaoyao in front of him. His face immediately turned ugly. After all, the northern region and the northern militant army were allies. Yelu Yi, of course, would not offend Ren Qining. He smiled and said, in fact, this matter is beneficial to everyone. I wonder if the northern region king is interested? Ren Qining said indifferently, I'm all ears. Beside them, Queen Helan frowned. What's wrong with you men? Didn't you say that you came out to play? Now that you're sitting together, you're talking about these annoying things. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Hearing this, Ren Qining frowned in displeasure. In that case, the queen should return to the post house first. Return what? I haven't had enough fun yet. Queen Helan unceremoniously refuted his words, which succeeded in making Ren Qining's face even uglier. Yili stood up and said with a faint smile, in that case, why don't Queen Helan come out with me for a walk, so that this consort can show her hospitality? Queen Helan's eyes lit up. She happily stepped forward and pulled Yili's arm. Where's the princess taking me to play? There's so many people in Glass City, so many interesting things. I want to buy some more. Yili smiled. When the queen leaves, I'll have someone send you whatever the queen likes. Princess Ding, you're really a good person. Let's go. After saying that, she did not care about the other people's reactions and hurriedly pulled Yili downstairs. Yili waved her hand at Mo Xiaoyao, indicating that it was fine, and followed Queen Helan downstairs. Mo Xiaoyao frowned. From the window, he watched the guards waiting outside the tea house follow them up. Only then did he feel relieved and sit back down. Prince Ding's affection for the princess is really enviable. Noble consort Lu stared at Mo Xiaoyao and gritted her teeth. Looking at Mo Xiaoyao, who was still handsome and had white hair, she felt awe-inspiring. Noble consort Lu's heart felt as if it was bitten by a poisonous snake. Mo Xiaoyao was 1 or 2 years older than her. If the two looked about the same age 2 years ago, now, if noble consort Lu took off her veil, even if she was still beautiful, she seemed to be a few years older than Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao acted as if he didn't hear. He lowered his head and took a sip of tea. He said to Yelu Yi, what is the deal, Prince Yelu? Please say it. The woman who was ignored, even the beautiful face under her face was twisted and ferocious. In another jewelry store in the city, not far from the tea house, Yi Li and Queen Helan sat across from each other in a quiet room on the second floor. Yi Li leisurely tasted the new tea that the shopkeeper had personally delivered, smiling as she watched Queen Helan curiously play with the various exquisite jewelry on the table. After a while, Yi Li asked softly, "Does Queen Helan have something to say to this consort?" Hearing this, Queen Helan put down the jewelry in her hand and raised her head. The arrogant and curious smile on her face gradually disappeared. It was replaced by the determination rarely seen in women of the Central Plains and the wisdom and calmness rarely seen in women of the northern region. The sudden change made the originally arrogant young woman look a little more imposing. Queen Helan nodded and said with a smile, "I knew I couldn't hide it from Princess Ding." Yi Li smiled and said, "The queen showed goodwill to this consort on the first day. If this consort couldn't see through it, wouldn't I disappoint the queen? It's just that I don't know what matter the queen wants to discuss in private without the Northern Region King." Queen Helan looked deeply at Yi Li and said in a deep voice, "I want to cooperate with King Ding's mansion. No, it should be, we, the people of the Northern Region, want to cooperate with the Prince Ding mansion." Chapter 773. People from the Northern Region. Yi Li paused for a moment and said, "Isn't it the Northern Region?" There were now two kinds of people in the Northern Region: the native people of the Northern Region and the Central Plains, people who claimed to be the survivors of the previous dynasty. These so-called survivors of the previous dynasty were just the people of the Chu state who had turned to Ren Qining or had been taken in by him in recent years. Ren Qining trusted the Central Plains people more. If he wanted to restore the orthodoxy of the previous dynasty, he would have to suppress the people of the Northern Region and even abandon them completely in the end. Otherwise, his so-called orthodoxy of the Central Plains would not live up to its name and would not be accepted by the Central Plains literati. Unless he was willing to use the Northern Region as the country's name and rule the Central Plains as a foreign race. But in this way, not only would he be resisted several times, or even hundreds of times more than before, even the Central Plains people who were originally loyal to him might betray him. From the very beginning, there had been irreconcilable contradictions between the two tribes. That was why Mr. Qingyun told Ren Qining that he was wrong from the beginning. After pondering for a moment, Yi Li asked curiously, "Can Queen Helan make such a decision?" Queen Helan raised her head and said proudly, "Since I'm here, I can naturally make the decision. Our Northern Region is not like your Central Plains, who only lock their daughters in their boudoirs. We can do what men can do. Our family has always had few children, and I have no brothers or sisters. After my father passes away, I should take over the position of patriarch. And after my cousin passes away, according to the rules, her family should be replaced by me or my children. But those annoying Central Plains people around Ren Qining control the rights of the people of the Northern Region. We just want to take back what belongs to us." Yi Li had considered doing something through Queen Helan, but she did not expect the young Queen Helan to be such an important person. She was a little surprised for a moment, but she had always been calm, so Queen Helan naturally could not see through her thoughts. Yi Li looked at her and said softly, "I heard that the former queen of the Northern Region was also a beautiful woman, but unfortunately, we didn't have the chance to meet." Queen Helan's eyes suddenly turned red at the mention of this. "If it weren't for Ren Qining, how could my cousin have wronged herself like that? My cousin gave up the position of clan leader for him, and he went to guard against my cousin everywhere, letting those women anger her. He even found an opportunity to kill all the people his cousin trusted. If it wasn't for cousins saving him back then, how could this ungrateful bastard be where he is today?" Looking at Queen Helan's angry appearance, Yi Li sighed in her heart. With Ren Qining's martial arts and influence, how could he be in danger in a place like the Northern Region? He was afraid that the encounter back then was a conspiracy. However, Ren Qining was willing to spend money for his so-called great cause. "Queen, I think you should know. Your cousin's death. This wasn't a secret anyway, so Yi Li thought it was best to make it clear. Otherwise, she didn't want to be stabbed in the back in the middle of a collaboration." Queen Helen said firmly, I know. My father said that these grievances can be put aside for the time being. We people in the northern region are trustworthy. As long as Princess helps us drive Renchining out, we won't go against the Princeton mansion. Yili raised her eyebrows and smiled. If so, what benefits can I get? Queen Helen said, the army of the northern region will all return to the original border with the Dechu state. Although your Central Plains is good, our northern region's White Mountain Blackwater is not bad. We just want to live our own lives. It wasn't that the people in the northern region had no ambition at all, but that the development of the people in the northern region hadn't reached the point where they could bear their ambition. Before Renchining appeared in the northern region was inhabited by tribes. The people in the northern region also live a life of fishing and hunting. Not to mention that the people in the Central Plains generally farmed. They didn't even raise horses and sheep like the northern tribes. The residents were naturally very simple, and Renchining brought too many changes. However, not everyone could accept the earth-shaking changes in less than 20 years. From the occasional fighting between tribes in the past to the current fighting with the regular Dechu state and the Mahist army. The people in the northern region suffered the heaviest losses. The people in the northern region were not stupid. It was almost foreseeable that if this continued, even if Renchining really unified the world one day, the people in the northern region would probably die out. Therefore, they decided to drive Renchining and his cronies out and take back the rights that belonged to the people in the northern region. Perhaps one day, they would also participate in this battle for supremacy, but that was a matter for a very, very long time in the future. It was definitely not now. Yili was silent for a long time before she nodded and said, Queen Helen's proposal is very tempting. If Queen Helen sincerely cooperates, then I think it's possible. Such a straightforward reply made Queen Helen stunned for a moment. In her impression, the people of the Central Plains always liked to think twice before acting. It was rare to see someone as clear-cut as Yili. Princess, can you make the decision? Yili smiled. If I can't make the decision, wouldn't it be a loss for the queen to come to me? Queen Helen was a little apologetic. I originally wanted to ask the princess to pass a message to Prince Ding for me. Moreover, I also heard that the princess is very powerful. Maybe Princess Ding can help me persuade Prince Ding. Prince Ding may not be willing to cooperate with me. You Central Plains people always like women to intervene in these things. Yili smiled and said, I can make the decision, but the queen has to let me see the sincerity of the northern region, right? Otherwise, how can I trust the queen? Queen Helen nodded and solemnly took out a box and put it in front of Yili, saying, This contains the sacred object of my ancestors in the northern region. With it, you can exchange all the people of the northern region's 26 clans to do one thing for you. As long as you mention it, all the people of the northern region will go through water and tread on fire for you. This is the most honorable treasure of our northern region. For the time being, the princess will keep it. Yili opened the box. The inside of the box was covered with brown patterned animal skin, which looked like the skin of tiger. There was a short knife on the animal skin. It looked a little rough, but many of the engravings on it had been blurred and rounded. Obviously, it had been there for a long time. The material of the short knife was neither iron nor copper. It was not a common jade knife, but seemed to be made of stone. Although Yili was not superstitious about the binding force of tokens, she also knew that some people believed in the so-called sacred objects. The queen is not afraid that I won't return it? Queen Helen said seriously, if so, the northern region will do everything to bring back the sacred object. But I believe that the princess and Prince Ding are not such people. Yili put away the box and nodded. Tomorrow at the latest, the prince and I will give the queen an answer. Only then did Queen Helen reveal a smile. She nodded and said, Thank you, Your Highness. Chapter 774. After Yili and Queen Helen finished their discussion and reached a satisfactory agreement, Queen Helen happily followed Yili downstairs with a large pile of adjusted jewelry. After this deep conversation, both of them had a deeper understanding of each other, and their admiration and respect for each other increased. As soon as they went downstairs, they saw Imo, Xiaoyao, and the others sitting in the parlor downstairs, waiting for them. Not only were Imo, Xiaoyao, and Rin Qining looking for them, but even Yelu Yi and noble consort Lu were there. Noble consort Lu and consort Yin couldn't help but have a strange look in their eyes when they saw Queen Helan holding boxes of various sizes and wearing exquisite jewelry on the flying fairy bun, which was very popular among the women of the Central Plains. Fenghua Building was originally a property under the Prince Ding Mansion, and it was also one of the best jewelry shops in the entire Dechu state. The things it made were naturally exquisite, and there was no woman who didn't like to tidy them up. Seeing them come down, Imo, Xiaoyao, stood up and stepped forward to take Yi Li's hand. He smiled at Queen Helan and said, "It seems that the queen is very satisfied with the jewelry here." Queen Helan smiled happily and said, "Yes, the jewelry of the Central Plains is really beautiful. Princess Ding said that you can give these to me. Is it true?" Imo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, "Since Princess Li said so, of course it's possible. It's Princess Ding's honor that the queen likes them." Queen Helan held the boxes in her hands, her fondness overflowing in her words. "Then I won't be polite. Thank you, Prince Ding and Princess." "You're welcome, Queen." Yi Li smiled as she watched the two of them exchange greetings. She asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" Imo Xiaoyao said softly, "I heard that you came to Fenghua Building, so I came to wait for you." "Why is Queen Helan the only one to choose? Didn't Princess Li like anything?" Yi Li waved her hand and said, "I can't use those. Let's leave them first." She did have a lot of jewelry, but she didn't really use many of them. Many of them were placed there as decorations or given away. Imo Xiao didn't care and said with a smile, "A few days ago, Fenghua Building found a very good piece of white jade. I'll make a hairpin for you later." Prince Ding was so gentle and considerate that the women standing next to him were envious and jealous. Imperial concubine Yin could not help but praise. "Prince Ding and Princess really have a good relationship. Your Majesty, don't you think so?" She nodded her head. Princess Ding Mansion. Princess Ding Mansion, Queen, and Queen Helan, Princess Helan, and consort. "I have many beautiful pearls. I'll get someone to send them to you later, okay?" The beautiful C was CC. Beautiful she. Beautiful of course, some. Yi Li didn't hold back and said with a smile, "Then many thanks to Queen Helan." Rin Qining left with Princess Helan and consort Yin. Noble consort Lu, who wanted to say something, was also taken away by Yelu Yi. Imo Xiaoyao and Yi Li happily walked out of Fenghua Building and headed in the direction of Princess Ding. Just by looking at the happy expressions on their faces, it was clear that both sides were very satisfied with this negotiation. Before they reached the entrance of the Prince Ding Mansion, they heard that it wasn't as quiet and solemn as usual. Instead, it was a little noisy. Walking forward, they saw a very familiar figure. The golden-haired young man also saw them and immediately flashed his bright white teeth, running toward them. "Beautiful princess consort, it's great to see you here." Imo Xiaoyao's face was gloomy. "Is that so? I don't think it's good. What are you doing at the Prince Ding Mansion? It's best if you're here to cause trouble. I will have a reason to arrest you." Imo Xiaoyao's mind darkly filled in all kinds of ways to torture people. Although the golden-haired man couldn't see Imo Xiaoyao's thoughts, his intuition still made him tremble and turn toward Yi Li. Yi Li smiled helplessly. "Who are you? What business do you have at the Prince Ding Mansion?" The golden-haired man smiled excitedly. "Of course there's business. I'm a merchant from the western region's Jialan country. My name is Lance. I want to do business with the owner of this city." Imo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "Aren't you doing business in Glass City right now? Or do you have something special to sell to I?" The golden-haired man shook his head. No, I want to do a very, very big business. There are many magical things in the East. I want to sell them to the West, even further away. When I was young, I went there with my father. The people there have a lot of gold, but they don't have beautiful silk, beautiful porcelain, or magical tea. If I sell my country, I'll quickly become a rich man." At least the golden-haired man knew how to read people's expressions. Seeing that Imo Xiaoyao's expression wasn't very good, he added, "Of course, there's also you. We'll all become the richest people." When he spoke excitedly, the golden-haired man began to dance with his hands and feet. Imo Xiaoyao and Yili exchanged glances. The Princeton mansion was very rich, but they didn't mind having more money. After all, fighting wars and raising an army had always been a money-burning job. "Why don't you come in with us, and we can talk about it in detail?" Yili said with a faint smile. "Of course, it's my honor, beautiful princess." The golden-haired man said happily. His employee had warned him that he might be kicked out, but he was very lucky to get a chance on the first try. The heavens really favored those who were diligent and knew how to seize opportunities. The young man thought happily. He seemed to see countless glittering gold waving at him. Beautiful, Imo Xiaoyao, who was walking in front, sneered. He waved his hand to summon the guards. "Call Han Mingyue and Han Mingxi over, and young Master Qingshun, let them deal with this guy." The young merchant from the western region, called Lance, followed the guards into the large Prince Ding's residence with a face full of excitement. The white-haired monarch told him that he didn't know much about business, so he had to wait for someone to come and talk to him. He also suggested that he stroll around the mansion's garden. This made Lance's impression of Prince Ding rise exponentially. After seeing countless superiors who pretended to know what they didn't know, this monarch who had the courage to admit his weakness was so great. No wonder this city was more prosperous and stable than any other city he had ever seen. In June, the Prince Ding mansion was still full of flowers. Lance curiously looked at these flowers unique to the east and wondered if he could bring them back to the western regions to plant. Just as he was admiring the beautiful scenery in the garden, he saw two people walking towards him. The two figures, one red and one white, were particularly eye-catching in the garden full of blooming flowers. Lance's gaze was firmly fixed on the figure in red, her tall and slender figure, as well as her beautiful face. Her black hair was casually tied up with a ribbon, and there was a lazy smile on her lips. All of them gave people a strange sense of beauty. Chapter 775. Although she was not as gentle and delicate as the beautiful princess consort, she had a different style. Thus, Lance once again ignored the man in white beside the woman in red and ran over with a flower in his hand. "Beautiful Miss Dongfang, may I have the honor of having afternoon tea with you? If you are not married like the beautiful princess consort, please consider accepting my deep love." The two people in front of him were stunned. They were obviously shocked by this sudden display of love. After a while, the woman in red asked in a low voice, "What did you say?" Lance was stunned. This lady's voice seemed to be worse than the beautiful princess consort's. But a perfect beauty like the princess consort was probably rare. However, this red-clothed beauty was also a rare beauty. "If you are not married, please accept my deep love." Lance raised his head and said sincerely. Bang! What answered him was a fierce and heavy punch. Lance was hit so hard that his head was in a daze. He could not react for a moment and shook his head. Beautiful little... Bang! Han Mingxi mercilessly punched him, turning the blonde man's original image from a lowly dog into a national treasure. "I scared your dog eyes. I am a man." The Dongfang lady, who was originally aggrieved and too violent, was stunned. Then he looked seriously at Han Mingxi's red clothes and handsome face. Only then did he notice that this beauty in red was about the same height as him. And Han Mingyue next to him looked at her angry brother, then looked at the blonde man with a pair of panda eyes. She could not help but lower her head and laugh. "Brother!" Han Mingxi flew into a rage out of humiliation. He broke free from Han Mingyue's hand. "Don't stop me. I want to kill him." "All right. He is probably a guest of the Prince Ding mansion. You could just punch him a few times to vent your anger. Isn't Princess Ding still waiting for you to discuss matters?" Han Mingyue advised. After listening to her brother's words, Han Mingyue angrily gave up the plan to continue beating Lance. She fiercely threw a sharp glare at him and went to Yi Li's study. Lance, who was following behind, looked dispirited. He actually confessed to a man. Just the thought of it gave him goosebumps. Shaking, Lance decided to follow his employee's advice and asked the matchmaker to introduce him to a gentle and beautiful lady as a wife. The East was too scary. He couldn't tell the difference between men and women. The worst thing was that they all had long hair. Poor Lance would never know why he was punched twice. In Yi Li's study, when Han Mingxi and the others arrived, Mo Xiaoyao and Su Qingshun were already there. Seeing Lance's new look, Yi Li was a little stunned. Similarly, when Lance saw Su Qingshun, who was more handsome than Han Mingxi, and then looked at Han Mingxi, who was still waiting for him fiercely, he blinked and lowered his head. Looking at his pitiful eyes, young Master Qingshun's mouth twitched, and he raised his eyebrows doubtfully. No one saw that someone sitting next to Yi Li lowered his head to drink tea, with a triumphant smile on his lips. Although Lance's matter was very important, it didn't mean much to Prince Ding at present. Even if he cooperated with Lance, he wouldn't be able to see the benefits in a short time. So after briefly explaining the plan, this matter was directly handed over to Han Mingxi to deal with. All these years, Han Mingwei had been hanging around in a lukewarm manner. Mo Xiaoyao didn't mean to pay attention to him. Anyway, if Han Mingxi was in trouble, Han Mingwei would naturally solve it for him. Although he didn't have much friendship with Han Mingwei, at least Han Mingwei's brain was very good. If he could use it for free, why not? After dismissing Han Mingxi and the other two, Mo Xiaoyao and the other two sat down to discuss business again. After listening to Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li's description of today's trip, young Master Su's attention was focused on the Phoenix Zither that had yet to be obtained, and not the fact that Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li had schemed against several people at once. He stared at Mo Xiaoyao and asked, "Will Mo Jingli really give it to you?" Losing the Chu capital was already humiliating enough. If he also lost the Chu state's national treasure, Mo Jingli's face as the Prince Regent would really be trampled under everyone's feet. Mo Xiaoyao smiled complacently. Compared to a few inanimate objects that can't be eaten and can't be used, isn't it more important to have a healthy son? Young Master Qingshun was silent for a while. As expected, Mo Jingli didn't want to be a righteous person. "Give me the Phoenix Zither." Mo Xiaoyao's smile became even more cheerful. "Brother Su, this is the Chu state's national treasure. Even if it's you, I can't just give it to you casually, right?" Su Qingshun looked at him indifferently. "Do you know how to play the zither?" "A little." Compared to young Master Qingshun, Prince Ding's zither skills could only be said to be a little. Besides, Prince Ding's interest wasn't in the zither. Naturally, he didn't care whether the zither in his hands was a newly crafted one or a famous one that had been handed down for generations. But it was different for young Master Qingshun. The white jade phoenix zither was probably more attractive to young Master Qingshun than a peerless beauty. Young Master Qingshun was smart. How could he not understand Mo Xiaoyao's meaning? He snorted lightly and no longer mentioned the zither. Just because he couldn't get it didn't mean that others couldn't either. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and smiled at Su Qingshun. Although he couldn't guarantee that others couldn't get it, he could guarantee that young Master Qingshun wouldn't be able to touch it. Seeing the murderous look between the two, Yi Li helplessly interrupted. "Let's wait for Mo Jingli to deliver the item first." "Big brother, Xiaoyao, shouldn't we talk about the people in Glass City first?" Su Qingshun also didn't want to continue arguing with Mo Xiaoyao on this matter. Either way, everyone had to rely on their own abilities. He lowered his eyebrows and thought for a while before saying, "So, the northern tribes want to negotiate peace with us. It would be best if we could form an alliance to deal with Xiling and Yelu Hong together. Does Yelu Yi think that the people in the Prince Ding mansion are all idiots?" If it was in the past, Yelu Yi would have believed this suggestion. But after the Mahist army took over the Emperor of Xiling City, the area that was originally connected to the northern tribes now belonged to the Prince Ding mansion. This meant that the northern tribes and Xiling's plans wouldn't clash at all. As the saying goes, befriend the distant and attack the nearby. Yelu Ye's actions were meaningless and wouldn't benefit the northern tribes at all. Mo Xiaoyao laughed. "Does he think that we're all idiots?" I'm guessing that such an idiotic idea wasn't thought of by Yelu Yi himself. But this summer, the northern tribes suffered from a drought, and the area they took over in the north was full of war. There's less than a tenth of their food left. It's not hard to understand why Yelu Yi wants to make a deal with the Princeton Mansion. If he could control the northern tribe's food, he would immediately have the upper hand in the battle with Yelu Hong. Unfortunately, the prince has already decided to help Yelu Hong. Su Qingchun smiled faintly. How should we calculate it? Yelu Hong is also the son-in-law of the Central Plains. As long as Princess Ronghua is the crown princess, I don't mind helping him. Mo Xiaoyao laughed. Chapter 776. Su Qingchun raised an eyebrow. Is this your condition with Yelu Hong? Mo Xiaoyao shook his head. It's good that everyone knows about this. It won't be pleasant to bring it up. Su Qingchun nodded. What about the north? Does Queen Helan have confidence in defeating Ren Qining? Yili smiled. Based on the fact that Ren Qining still hasn't seen Queen Helan's true colors, I think it's worth a gamble. There is nothing to lose if they lost. Su Qingchun nodded, thinking, if that's the case, we have to guard against Yelu Yi and Ren Qining joining hands. The alliance between the two sides was only a temporary cooperation to take down Chu Jing. Once Chu Jing was taken down, it was only a matter of time before they turned hostile. But if the Mahist army chose to help Yelu Hong and Queen Helan, then the alliance between the two would be even more solid. Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently, it doesn't matter. In any case, I don't intend to let them go. The northern tribe's army that entered the Chu state and a Mahist army would have a life and death battle sooner or later. As for Ren Qining, who wanted to restore his country, he wouldn't let him go either. Su Qingchun nodded. It's good that you know. I'll talk to second uncle about Yelu Hong. I'll have to trouble Li to deal with Queen Helan. Yili smiled. It's my duty. There's no need to trouble big brother. What do you plan to do with Yi Yu from the Yi family? Su Qingchun asked with a frown. Su Qingchun didn't have a good impression of the Yi family, especially this Yi Yu. Even if she was coerced, it didn't change the fact that she had murdered Yi Li. Even a scholarly family like the Su family was very clear about who was close and who was distant. In the eyes of the Su family, Yi Li was 1,000,000 times more important than the unrelated Yi Yu. In the past, he had thought that Yi Yu was dead. Now that she had appeared in Glass City perfectly fine and was unwilling to give up and continue to monopolize it, young Master Qingchun could no longer tolerate this. She was even a little displeased with Mo Xiaoyao, who had handled this matter so neatly. Mo Xiaoyao smiled leisurely. Don't worry, someone will help us get rid of her. A sharp glint flashed through his smiling eyes. How could he let go of someone who had once wanted to hurt Ali? In the most remote room of the Yi residence, Yi Yu sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. She knew that being discovered by the Princeton Mansion meant that all her plans had come to an end, but she really couldn't accept it. After so many years, she had suffered so much to get to where she was today. In order to avoid being investigated by the Princeton Mansion, she carefully endured and did not allow herself to reveal any traces of her past resemblance to Yi Yu. It wasn't easy for her to endure until now. Yi Yu felt a little regretful. If he hadn't tried to cheat, if he had directly gone to Jiangnan, perhaps he could arrive safely, and perhaps he wouldn't be discovered by the Empress Dowager's people. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. Yi Yu, a cold voice entered her ears. Yi Yu was stunned. She turned around and saw Mo Jingli standing at the door. Prince Li, why are you here? Yi Wenhua had already ordered people to guard the door and courtyard. Other than her mother who brought her food, no one was allowed to enter. Mo Jingli stared at her coldly. I can come in if I want to. Yi Yu was delighted. Are you here to take me away from here? Mo Jingli stared at her. Where is the medicine I want? Yi Yu's expression changed slightly. She forced a smile and said, We agreed that after we arrived in Jiangnan, I would only give it to you after the matter was done. Mo Jingli flung her back onto the bed. You gave the medicine to Mo Xiaoyao, didn't you? Yi Yu's expression changed when she heard this. Mo Jingli was furious. Bitch, He had only come with a glimmer of hope, but when he heard the truth, he couldn't hold back his anger. Everything was ruined by this bitch. Because of her cleverness, he had to pay 10 or even 100 times the price to get what was originally within his reach. Princely, Yi called out. Mo Jingli was indeed very irritable. Do you know what Mo Xiaoyao asked me for? The 4 treasures of the nation. It's because of you. Yi was dizzy from Mo Jingli pulling on her clothes. The 4 treasures of the nation. She knew that they were the 4 most precious treasures in the Chu Palace. She had wanted to take a look at them when she was the most favored. She had only mentioned them once, and Mo Jingqi had scolded her for half a month. It was said that even the most favored noble consort Lu didn't have the chance to see them. In the past few years, the treasures represented not only the value of cities, but also the face and dignity of the Chu state's imperial family. Yi knew that Mo Jingli hated her to the core right now. She quickly said, Princely, take me away from here. Even if you don't have them, I can help you deal with the Empress Dowager. Mo Jingli sneered. Deal with the Empress Dowager? Do I need you to personally deal with I? Who do you think you are? I realized the reason why I couldn't get anything from you before was because I was too gentle with you. I won't make that mistake again. Tell me everything you know honestly, and I'll let you suffer less. Impossible. Yi gritted her teeth. This was her last and only bargaining chip. If she told him everything, she would die. Mo Jingli revealed a cruel smile. Impossible? Gradually, do you think this person is still impossible? He waved his hand, and 2 guards at the door walked in with a child less than 10 years old. My son. Yi turned pale with fright. She had hidden the child very well outside the city. Why? Mo Jingli smiled with satisfaction. Yi, you think too much of yourself. Do you really think that I will help you support this kid to succeed the throne? I hate that I can't kill every one of Mo Jingqi's sons that I see. I'll leave her to you. Get what I want no matter what. With that, Mo Jingli looked at Yi with disgust, then turned and left. In the remote courtyard, the miserable cries of a woman could be heard occasionally. In less than an hour, the guards left inside walked out. In the room, Yi knelt on the ground. Her body was already covered in wounds. She quietly hugged the dying child in her arms and couldn't help but burst into tears. At this moment, she really regretted it. If she had stayed in the countryside of her hometown, it would have been better than being poor for the rest of her life, second sister. At the door, Ying stood gracefully in a light-colored dress. She looked at Yi with a smile in her eyes. Her gaze was tender and touching. Inga, Yi came back to her senses. She quickly rushed over and grabbed Yi Ying's hand, saying, Inger, help me get a doctor. My child is injured. Yi Ying gently pulled her hand away. A cold smile appeared on her delicate face. Second sister, the prince ordered that no one is allowed to call a doctor. I can't make this decision. Inger, seeing the expression on Yi Ying's face, Yi looked at her gentle and delicate sister in shock. Why? Why? Yi Ying sneered. Second sister, why didn't you think about why when you wanted to get close to the prince? What did you say? Anyway, the prince doesn't favor me. How can you help me when you're here? What do you want to help me with? Is snatching my husband helping me? I didn't, Yi said with difficulty. She had never thought of snatching Mo Jingli. That was just a temporary expedient. Why didn't her sister understand? Inger, I'm begging you. He's your nephew. Help me save him. Yi Ying's face showed a trace of resentment. Where did his father take my son? My son's whereabouts are unknown. He can go to hell too. After saying that, Ying pushed Yi away and turned to leave without mercy. Yi wailed weakly. She could only watch as her sister walked further and further away. Chapter 777. Looking at Yi Ying leaving without mercy, Yi wanted to chase after her, but she was in so much pain that she could not move. She could only hug the unconscious child and sob bitterly. If she had not wanted to rely on Mo Jingli to regain a more honorable status, she would not have ended up like this. However, no matter how much regret she had, she couldn't bring herself back to reality. Not long after, A courtyard in the most remote corner of Yi residence was on fire. In the front yard, Yi Wenhua and Madame Yi were politely sending Mo Jingli out. Although Yi Wenhua was polite on the surface, he wished that Mo Jingli would never come again. Originally, she did not want to agree when Mo Jingli came back and asked to see Yi Yu. However, Madame Yi was not satisfied and agreed to let Prince Li see Yi Yu. At this moment, looking at Mo Jingli's gloomy face and Madame Ye's disappointed face, Yi Wenhua did not know what to say. "Master, it's not good. The backyard is on fire." The servant behind him hurriedly caught up and shouted anxiously. Yi Wenhua was stunned and asked, "Where's the fire?" The servant said, It's the courtyard where Prince Li and Princess Consort went." This answer was very strange. If it was the courtyard where Second Miss was locked up, everyone would think that it was related to Mo Jingli. However, the answer was that Prince Li and Princess Consort Li went to the courtyard. Prince Li just came out, and the courtyard was on fire. Even a fool would think that Prince Li had something to do with this. Everyone turned around and saw thick smoke billowing out from the backyard. Wang screamed. Yi Wenhua said in a low voice, "Send someone to put out the fire." After that, he ignored Mo Jingli and bowed to Mo Jingli. Then, he turned and left for the backyard. Wang Shi came back to her senses and followed Yi Wenhua to the backyard. Mo Jingli's eyes darkened as he stood at the entrance. He glanced at Yi Ying beside him and said in a deep voice, "Return to the post house." Yi Ying nodded obediently. "Yes, Prince." In the blink of an eye, the somewhat irritated door suddenly became silent. Old Madame Yi was still in a daze. How could this be? When the news of the fire in the Yi mansion reached the Prince Ding mansion, Mo Xiaoyao just smiled indifferently. "Are you sure this time? That woman won't come back to life again, right?" Ah Jin, who was standing at the door, nodded seriously and said, "Prince, don't worry. Ah Jin personally went to check. It's definitely Yi Yu." Mo Xiaoyao smiled in satisfaction. "Very good. You've just returned, and I'm already asking you to do this. Thank you for your hard work. Go back and see Uncle Mo." Ah Jin nodded and turned to leave without asking any more questions. Mo Xiaoyao's calm voice came from behind. "You don't have to tell the princess consort about this." Ah Jin paused and then continued to walk out. The prince probably felt that there was no need to tell the princess consort about this kind of small matter. The study was silent. Mo Xiaoyao looked at the letter on the table and showed a trace of a happy smile. At this time, Yi Li's courtyard was very lively. Not only were there second Madame Su, Qin Zheng, and the others, there were also first Madame Su, Empress Hua, Muron Ting, and the other womenfolk who were close to Yi Li, Mo Xiaobao, Lung Junhan, Su Jue, and the twins who just turned 1 month old were also there joining the fun. There were only 2 days left until Mr. Qingyun's birthday. Li City had already prepared everything that needed to be prepared. For this matter, the Princeton mansion had been busy for many days. When it really came to this time, it was rare for them to have some free time. A group of womenfolk gathered at Yi Li's place to visit the 2 babies. The 2 madams, Su held 1 baby in each hand. Looking at the pink and tender babies, they couldn't bear to part with them. The Su family only had 1 child, Su Jirue. When the 2 madams saw the babies, they naturally liked them very much. Moreover, ever since the 2 little things opened their eyes, they were exceptionally obedient and smart. One was happy when he saw people. Although the other was more quiet, he was also very obedient. They were even easier to take care of than Mo Xiaobao when he was young. Even Mo Xiaoyao had to admit that these 2 little guys added together couldn't be compared to Mo Xiaobao when he was young. "Good boy, my Shaolin. He really looks." First Madame Su was especially fond of Shaolin. Once she held him, she refused to let go. Although he was still a small child, it was clear that Shaolin looked more like the Su family. First Madame Su, who had never been able to hold a grandson, naturally liked this smiling little guy. Second Madame Su also liked Xiao Xir. Although she had a grandson, she didn't have a granddaughter. Not to mention a granddaughter, the Su family didn't even have a daughter. Seeing this obedient and beautiful little girl, second Madame Su also fell in love with her. Yili looked at the obedient baby lying in the arms of the two Madame Su. She covered her mouth and smiled. Aunts, since you like children, why don't you urge third brother and fourth brother to get married sooner or later? As soon as she said this, Hua Tianxiang and Mo Wuyo, who were sitting next to her, immediately blushed. Mo Wuyo blushed and hid behind Empress Hua. Hua Tianxiang had nowhere to hide. She could only glare at Yili with a red face. Lier, Qinzheng covered her mouth and smiled. Lier is right. Tianxiang, I'm waiting for you to enter the Su family to accompany me. Murong Ting hugged her baby son and smiled. Isn't that right? My Junhan is almost 5 years old. You're so shameless. Hua Tianxiang stomped her feet in embarrassment. Second Madame Su was very satisfied with Hua Tianxiang as her future daughter-in-law. Seeing her embarrassed, she quickly said, "That's enough. Why are you talking about this in front of their daughter? I've already discussed it with your uncle, grandfather, and Madame Yang. The old duke died for the country, so there's no time to get married during the mourning period. We can only move the wedding to next year. When the time comes, Tianxiang and Wuyo will marry into the Su family. It'll be a good story." Wuyo was still young, but Hua Tianxiang wasn't young. Originally, it would be good if they could get married later during the mourning period. However, at that time, Su Qingfeng would be fighting in the Chu capital. They had no choice but to wait until after the mourning period. Second Madame Su was originally worried that she couldn't find a suitable daughter-in-law. Now that the candidate had been decided, she wasn't so worried. What's more, after Master Qingyin's birthday banquet, they would start to prepare for the wedding, slowly and leisurely until next year. Empress Hua looked lovingly at her red-faced niece and daughter. Being able to marry into a family like the Su family was definitely a rare good marriage for them. She could rest assured, although the Hua family was quite famous and had a noble family background, everyone knew that after Duke Hua passed away, the Hua family could be considered to have declined. Even if their descendants lived up to expectations, they wouldn't be able to rise again in 10 or 20 years. The Su family didn't have many members. Family background wasn't important. Hua Tianxiang and Mo Wuyo naturally wouldn't suffer any grievances if they married into the Su family. Hua Tianxiang was fine. She and Su Qingfeng both liked each other. It could be said that they liked each other. However, between Mo Wuyo and Su Qingbai, it was more Madame Su who played a role. Moreover, Su Qingbai wasn't someone who would suppress his anger like Su Qingfeng. It was difficult to see through his feelings. Mo Wuyo wasn't very old. Even if she had some feelings for Su Qingbai, she was still muddle-headed when she was set to marry into the two families. It wasn't that she was unwilling. It was just that she was inevitably at a loss and at a loss. Chapter 778. Yili saw Mo Wuyo's expression, but didn't say anything. Su Qingbai definitely had a good impression of Wuyo. Otherwise, with his gentle but opinionated personality, he wouldn't listen to eldest Madame Su's wishes. When Mo Wuyo mentioned Su Qingbai, he didn't seem to dislike him. They were both still young and had plenty of time to grind. Princess Consort, Duke Changxing, and Princess Zhenning request an audience. Qing Shuang came in to report while everyone was chatting. Everyone was stunned. Empress Hua and Mo Wuyo's expressions were even more complicated. The others only found it strange at most, but the two of them had a deeper relationship with Mo Xiaoyun and Princess Zhenning. Murong Ting asked curiously, what are they doing at the Prince Ding mansion at this time? Ever since they moved to Glass City, Mo Xiaoyun and Princess Zhenning had lived in seclusion. Other than visiting Yili when they first arrived, they had never set foot in the Prince Ding mansion. It was no wonder that Murong Ting was curious. Yili thought for a moment and said, let them in. Qing Shuang accepted the order and left. Eldest Madame Su asked, Duke Changxing and Princess Zhenning are looking for you. Shall we leave first? Yili shook her head and said, they will be living in Glass City for a long time in the future. Don't tell me we won't see each other anymore. They should be here for noble consort Lu. Noble consort Lu. All the womenfolk were shocked. In their opinion, noble consort Lu was someone who had passed away a long time ago. Yili nodded and pondered for a moment before saying, "Noble consort Lu isn't dead. She's in Glass City right now. Duke Chongqing and Princess Zhenning should have gotten the news and came to me for confirmation." Soon, Mo Xiaoyun and Princess Zhenning were brought in. Both of their complexions were quite good. It seemed that they were living quite comfortably in Glass City. However, looking at the hideous scar on Princess Zhenning's half-drooping face, everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Greetings to Princess Ding. The two didn't have the arrogance of the princes and princesses of the Chu state. When they saw Yi Li, they greeted her respectfully. Yi Li smiled and said, "Prince Chongqing and Princess Zhenning need not be so courteous. Come and have a seat. Have you gotten used to living in Glass City these days?" Mo Xiaoyun nodded calmly. "Thank you for your concern, Princess Consort. My sister and I are fine." Although these words were polite, they were also sincere. Although they were powerless princes and princesses in Glass City, after experiencing all kinds of hardships and pain in the past 2 years, this kind of life was not so difficult. Moreover, the Prince Ding mansion did not mistreat the siblings. Although Mo Xiaoyun was young, he could see it clearly. In this world, other than Glass City and the Prince Ding mansion, there was no place for the two of them. His age and ability were far from enough to establish a strength that could protect him against the various forces in the world. Yi Li nodded. She was very satisfied with Mo Xiaoyun's clear-headedness and understanding of the situation. The two of them thanked Yi Li and sat down on the empty stool at the side. Only then did they see the acquaintances sitting beside them. They couldn't help but be surprised. Imperial Mother, Imperial Sister. Although noble consort Lu and Empress Hua had always been at odds, Mo Xiaoyun and Princess Zhenning did not have any ill feelings towards Empress Hua. At most, Princess Zhenning was very jealous of Mo Wuyu. But that jealousy seemed even more meaningless now. Because of noble consort Lu, Mo Wuyu didn't like these two siblings. But he also knew that their days in Glass City in the past 2 years were not much better than his experience in the past. Looking at Princess Zhenning's face and the way they acted when Chu Jing was besieged, in the end, they were still biological siblings. Mo Wuyu couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. He nodded and said, "Are you all well?" Princess Zhenning's eyes were slightly red. She bit her lip and nodded. She lowered her head in shame. When she knew that Mo Wuyu was sent to Nanzhao King, she had gloated in her heart. Now, seeing that Mo Wuyu didn't show a look of disdain and ridicule because of her disfigured face, and didn't even show the pity she hated the most, she felt a little ashamed in her heart. "Imperial Sister." Mo Wuyu smiled and said, "Just call me Wuyu. I'm no longer a princess now." Mo Xiaoyun nodded in understanding. He said to Empress Hua and Mo Wuyu, "Mother, Sister Wuyu." Empress Zheng Hua felt a little strange for her mother, but it was not excessive. Empress Hua was originally Mo Jingqi's wife after all. All the princes and princesses had to call her Imperial Mother. She was the official mother of Mo Xiaoyun and the other princes and princesses. Empress Hua nodded slightly. She looked at Mo Xiaoyun and said lightly, "You have suffered in the past 2 years. Since you have endured it, forget the past. Live well with your sister." Mo Xiaoyun nodded and said, "Thank you for your guidance." Prince Chongqing and Princess Zhenning came to the Prince Ding mansion. "What's the matter?" Yi Li asked. Mo Xiaoyun looked at the many womenfolk in front of him and didn't hide anything. He nodded and said, "Replying to Princess, my sister and I heard people say that there is a woman beside the 7th prince of the northern tribes. The description is very similar to Imperial Mother. Is it true?" Yi Li looked at the two people staring at her and sighed softly. She nodded and said, "Yes, the woman beside Yalu Yi is called Qing Na. It is said that she is the fiancée of the 7th prince. Although I haven't seen her real face, according to Princess Ronghua, she is exactly the same as noble consort Lu. If you have any doubts in your heart, you can go to the post house and ask her. Mo Xiaoyun's expression was slightly subservient. He said in a deep voice, "My sister and I went to the post house twice to ask for an audience, but we were rejected. So, we came to see Princess, to ask Princess to check." Yili thought for a moment and said, "Qing Ina is someone brought by Prince Yelu. She is also a guest. It is not convenient for this consort to send people to check on her. However, you can go and ask Princess Ronghua." Princess Ronghua often went in and out of the palace when she was young. She should be more familiar with that person than this consort. In fact, listening to Yi Li's words, the two of them had basically confirmed noble consort Lu's identity. Not to mention Mo Xiaoyun's gloomy face, Princess Zhenning's hand that was holding the handkerchief had turned white and was faintly trembling. Yi Li looked at the two of them and said earnestly, "No matter whether that person is noble consort Lu or not, you have to think thrice before you act. You must not act rashly. If you have any difficulties, come to the residence and talk to me and the prince. Although this is Glass City, Yelu Yi is the prince of the northern tribes after all. His power is not small. You must not act rashly." Mo Xiaoyun was silent for a moment and nodded. "Many thanks for Princess's reminder. We understand. We won't disturb Princess any longer. My sister and I will take our leave first." Yi Li nodded lightly and looked at Princess Zhenning and said softly, "Don't stay in the room all day. Come out and walk more. It's not so bad outside." Princess Zhenning bit her lip and nodded before hurriedly leaving with Mo Xiaoyun. Seeing the siblings leave, everyone's mood became somewhat gloomy. Hua Tianxiang frowned and said, "Princess Zhenning's face was really damaged by noble consort Lu. She used to walk around the palace often, but she did not have much of an impression of Princess Zhenning. In fact, noble consort Lu's 3 children were not very similar to her. Princess Zhenning, as a daughter, was not valued by her own mother. Mo Jingqi also doted on Mo Wuyo, so she did not have much of a presence in the palace. She was completely not like the daughter of a concubine who was crowned the head of the harem. At this time, seeing the scary scars on that originally beautiful face, Hua Tianxiang could not help but sympathize with her. Chapter 779. Yi Li shook her head and said, "No one knows what happened. When we rescued her, noble consort Lu had already disappeared. She was the only one in the cold palace. If we hadn't rescued her in time, I'm afraid everyone would have thought that noble consort Lu was the one who died. In this way, no matter what the truth was, in the eyes of the surviving Princess Zhenning, it was her biological mother who threw her into the sea of fire to die." Empress Hua frowned slightly and said, "I think Zhenning hates noble consort Lu to the core. Will something happen if they go to her? With Prince Chongqing, there should be no problem." Yi Li frowned and said, "Speaking of noble consort Lu, everyone couldn't help feeling disgusted. They naturally knew about noble consort Lu's feelings towards Mo Xiaoyao, and how she forced Mo Xiaoyao to marry her. Coupled with Princess Zhenning's matter, their disgust towards noble consort Lu went up a level. Murong Ting hugged Lung Junhan and said hatefully, "If I meet that kind of woman, I'll whip her directly." Mo Xiaobao, who was sitting next to Yi Li and eating snacks obediently, blinked and asked, "Mother, are you talking about the white-clothed auntie in the Chu capital?" Hearing this, Yi Li looked at Mo Xiaobao with some surprise. "You still remember noble consort Lu?" Mo Xiaobao pouted unhappily. "That auntie was the most annoying. She always looked at me and mother with strange eyes. I wanted to tell father that if she looked again, he would dig her eyes out. Who knew that she would die? So he's not dead yet?" Yi Li's head was throbbing with pain. How could he be so excited? When did she teach him such a cruel idea? At that time, Mo Xiaobao was not even 7 years old. In the northern tribe post house, Princess Ronghua received the news that Prince Chongqing and Princess Zhenning wanted to see her. A strange smile appeared on her lips. She ordered the attendants beside her to immediately invite the two in. Mo Xiaoyan and Princess Zhenning had come twice before, but they were sent away by the post house's people. They couldn't even enter the door. This time, he asked to see Princess Ronghua. Sure enough, He was soon taken in. Princess Ronghua specially received the two people in the main hall of the post house. When she saw Mo Xiaoyun and Princess Zhenning, she was full of smiles and pulled them to sit down. When I was still in the Chu capital, you were still children. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so many years, you've already grown up. Looking at the young man and girl in front of her, Princess Ronghua sighed. Although she wasn't old yet, seeing a child grow up into an adult made people sigh with emotion. Is Aunt Ronghua doing well in the northern tribes? Mo Xiaoyan asked. Princess Ronghua smiled and said, The crown prince treats me very well. Everything is fine. I've heard about what happened in the past few years. It's just that the two of you have suffered. Mo Xiaoyan was no longer a child who didn't know anything. He smiled faintly and said, Royal sister and I are also very good. The Prince Ding mansion is very good to us. That's good. Prince Ding is a kind-hearted person. Although they were not as rich and honorable as the princes of the royal family, compared to those who schemed against each other, their days were much more comfortable. Now that you've finally come out, don't think about those things. Not everyone has the luck to jump out of this circle. Princess Ronghua felt that it was also a piece of advice to the two. Mo Xiaoyan nodded and said, I understand. Thank you for your advice, Aunt Ronghua. Princess Zhenning looked at Princess Ronghua and hesitated. Princess Ronghua naturally understood why they came. She raised her hand and patted the back of her hand gently and said softly, I've heard about what happened to you. Good child, you've suffered. You want to see Qing Yana, don't you? Mo Xiaoyan hesitated and nodded. They had heard before that Princess Ronghua was arrogant and domineering. At this time, seeing her so kind, they didn't like it for a while. After all, they were children born in the royal family. No one was pure and innocent. Naturally, they had some doubts about such a kind Princess Ronghua. Princess Ronghua saw through his doubts at a glance. She smiled and said, Silly child, who can be the same as when they were young? In fact, I'm not sure if she is. I'll ask someone to invite her over. You can meet her. Don't be impulsive. The two nodded silently. After a while, noble consort Lu, dressed in white, came in. Without looking at the hall, she said coldly to Princess Ronghua, What do you want to say? These 2 days, noble consort Lu was in a very bad mood. Not only because after meeting Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li on the street 2 days ago, but also because she was severely reprimanded by Yelu Yi when she returned to the post house. It was also because Mo Xiaoyan and Zhenning came to see her yesterday. Before coming, she really didn't think that these two children would be in Glass City. More importantly, she didn't know how to face them, and she didn't want to see them. Princess Ronghua raised her eyebrows and said, What do I want? Someone is looking for you. Who? Noble consort Lu's voice was hoarse. She looked at the two teenagers who were looking at her coldly, in shock. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Mo Xiaoyan was much taller than 2 years ago and looked much calmer. Princess Zhenning sat next to Mo Xiaoyan. Her face was also covered with a veil, but her eyes were as cold as ice. Noble consort Lu's heart trembled. You? Who are you? After a while, noble consort Lu calmed down and said reluctantly, But how could her shocked eyes and familiar aura be hidden from her own children? Seeing that noble consort Lu didn't intend to recognize them, a trace of pain and resentment flashed in their eyes. Meeting Princess Zhenning's cold eyes, noble consort Lu immediately evaded with a guilty conscience. She turned around and stared at Princess Ronghua. Crown Princess, what do you mean? Princess Ronghua drank tea leisurely and said with a faint smile, What do you mean? They are the orphan of my cousin, the Emperor. Prince Chongqing and Princess Zhenning are here for you. Qing Yana, don't you know them? Of course I don't know them. Noble consort Lu said, Since there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room first. After that, she didn't even look at Mo Xiaoyan and Princess Zhenning and turned to walk inside. Princess Ronghua put down the teacup and said with a smile, Don't go, Qing Yana. These two children have worked so hard to find their mother. Their filial piety is commendable. Even if you really don't know them, you should make it clear to them. Noble consort Lu was startled. She looked back at them hurriedly and said, You've got the wrong person. Mo Xiaoyan and Princess Zhenning were silent. Seeing noble consort Lu turn to leave, Princess Zhenning gritted her teeth and said, "Mother, you really don't know us." Chapter 780. Noble consort Lu shuddered and snapped. "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't know you. Hurry up and leave." Princess Zhenning closed her eyes and said in a low voice, "Don't you feel guilty at all? I don't know what you're talking about." Noble consort Lu forced herself to be calm and waved to call the guards outside. "Come, drive them out and don't let them in again." "You." Princess Zhenning stood up abruptly, but was stopped by Mo Xiaoyan. Mo Xiaoyan stopped Princess Zhenning, who was about to pounce on them, and said in a low voice, "Sister, let's go back first." Princess Zhenning was dragged out by Mo Xiaoyan, but her eyes were fixed on noble consort Lu. She stared fiercely at her. When Mo Xiaoyan and Princess Zhenning disappeared at the door, noble consort Lu seemed to have disappeared and fell into the chair weakly. Princess Ronghua leisurely looked at her and smiled faintly. "Why are you so heartless? Even if you have 2 children, the royal family of the northern tribes doesn't care. The northern tribes are not as well behaved as us. Besides, with your age, do you want people to believe that you're a virgin?" "Ronghua." Noble consort Lu glared at her fiercely. Princess Ronghua stood up and smiled indifferently. "Since Prince Chongqing and Princess Zhenning mistook me for someone else, I'll take my leave. My future 7th sister-in-law. But will my 7th brother really marry you?" Noble consort Lu's expression became even more sinister when she heard Princess Ronghua leave the hall with laughter. Her hands hidden in her sleeves were clenched tightly, and her long nails dug into her palms, but she didn't feel it. Why should she feel guilty? Everything she did was for the sake of living well, for the sake of revenge. Who knew how much she had suffered? Compared to the suffering she had before she met Yilu Yi, what were they? What was there to feel guilty about? Others only thought that Yilu Yi was infatuated with her beauty and was infatuated with her. But if Yilu Yi was really infatuated with her, why didn't he marry her for so long? But it didn't matter. As long as Yilu Yi still needed her, she could manipulate the northern tribes. She would definitely make Mo Xiaoyao and Yili pay the price. In the blink of an eye, it was Mr. Qingyun's birthday. The entire glass city was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was even livelier than the New Year. In recent years, with the effective governance of the Prince Ding Mansion in the Northwest, the influence of the Su family and Lishan Academy in the Northwest had gradually increased. There were countless people in the Northwest who had given Su Qinshun and the others favors. What's more, Mr. Qingyun was Princess Ding's grandfather. On his birthday, the people of Glass City naturally celebrated more than any other festival. In the past few years, as Glass City gradually expanded, Glass City imitated Nanzhao Royal City and built a large plaza not far from the Prince Ding Mansion. Behind the plaza was a tall and majestic observation deck. Every festival, the citizens of Glass City would gather here to celebrate. It was the first time that a banquet was held here, but because of this, the commoners were able to enjoy the banquet at a closer distance. Although this was a great test in terms of security, the shadow guards of the Prince Ding Mansion were not afraid of this. When the lanterns were lit, the entire square was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Countless beautiful fireworks bloomed in the sky. The people in the square cheered. The citizens of the city all walked out of their homes and gathered in the square to enjoy the rare and beautiful fireworks. On the observation deck, there were several banquets that could accommodate thousands of people. When this place was built, it was originally designed to hold large banquets. After all, the Prince Ding Mansion was not large and Glass City was not suitable to be a true capital city. If they built a temporary palace here, it would be a waste of money and manpower. Building this plaza and observation deck would not only allow the commoners to play here, but also allow them to gather during festivals. At the same time, it also solved the problem of the Prince Ding Mansion not being able to hold large banquets. After all, they couldn't hold banquets on the city gate tower every time, right? The two sides of the observation deck were concave forward, forming a semicircle. No matter which corner one sat in, one could see the whole picture of the entire square. It was like a three-level staircase, allowing all the guests to see the host at the top. This was originally something that Yili had mentioned, but in the end, it was Su Hongyan who completed it himself. In the past 2 years, many of the Prince Ding Mansion's banquets were held here. It could be considered as sharing the joy with the people. At the top of the building, there was a large golden longevity character on a red background. If one looked closely, they would find that this longevity character was made up of countless small longevity characters of different shapes. The characters were elegant and graceful, but it was young Master Qing Chen's handwriting. Tonight, the person sitting at the top was no longer Mo, Xiaoyao, and Yili, but the white-haired young Master Qing Yan. Yili and Mo, Xiaoyao sat to his right. Below him sat Su Hongyu, Su Hongyan, and the other young masters of the Su family. Below them were the influential guests from various countries and the civil and military officials of the Prince Ding Mansion. With such an arrangement, how could the people present not see the Su family status in the Prince Ding Mansion? When the banquet started, Yi Li and Su Qingyan helped young Master Qingyun to his seat. Then, they walked to Mo Xiaoyao's side and sat down. After all the guests were seated, there was an empty space in the plaza below. Hundreds of women in colorful clothes held colorful lanterns and danced to the melodious music. Such a grand scene was naturally much more magnificent than the banquets that people were used to in the palace. Many of the people gathered here to watch the fireworks also had a feast for their eyes. Mo Xiaobao sat between Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao. He also curiously looked at the grand scene in front of him. Although he was the young heir of the Prince Ding Mansion, Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li had never hidden him at home. He had seen all kinds of people, but it was the first time for such an unprecedented grand occasion. The nobles of the various countries below also noticed the black-clothed child in the middle of Prince Ding and Princess Ding. At such a young age, he was already very handsome. A pair of big black eyes looked curiously at the people below. He did not feel the slightest fear. This child was the eldest son of the Prince Ding Mansion, who was named Yu Chun by young Master Qingyan. Not to mention that Prince Ding and Princess Ding just got a pair of twins. Just by looking at the child in front of them, he was much more outstanding than everyone present. The Prince Ding Mansion's heir could have such an imposing manner and composure at such a young age. The Prince Ding Mansion should be proud to have a son like this. The guests on the observation deck weren't idle either, as they were singing and dancing below. While enjoying the rare, magnificent song and dance, they chatted with the people sitting next to them. Then, they all came forward to present young Master Qin Yun's birthday gifts. Perhaps they learned from Yelu Ye's lesson at Mo Xiaobao's 1-month birthday banquet. This time, the gifts were quite well behaved. The gifts that the guests sent were all festive and appropriate birthday gifts. Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li were very satisfied with this. After all, they prepared this banquet for young Master Qin Yun's birthday. Naturally, they did not want any accidents to happen and ruin the old man's trust. Even Mo Xiaobao personally presented a 100 lifespan painting that he wrote. Although Mo Xiaobao was not yet 8 years old, under young Master Qin Yun's guidance, his studies were very good. His handwriting was also decent, making young Master Qin Yun very pleased. Chapter 781. Mr. Qin Yun was already old, and after receiving everyone's greetings, he only sat for a while before going back to rest. After Mr. Qin Yun left, Yi Li finally let out a sigh of relief. Although it was very grand to invite so many people to the birthday celebration, these people were not easy to get along with. If something were to happen in front of grandfather, it would make him unhappy for no reason. Thus, seeing that the banquet went smoothly before Mr. Qin Yun left, Yi Li's mood improved a lot. As for who would want to cause trouble in the future, the Prince Ding Mansion was not afraid. Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head and saw the smile on Yi Li's lips. He raised his hand to hold her slender jade hand and laughed softly, No matter how much those people want to cause trouble, they still have the ability to see things clearly. They won't cause trouble at grandfather's birthday celebration. Yili smiled and nodded. I know, but I'm still a bit worried. Now that grandfather has gone back to rest, there won't be any problems. Knowing was one thing, but there would always be people who liked to cause trouble at this time. To Yili, nothing was more important than Mr. Qing Yun's mood today. After the birthday star left, the guests were much more at ease. When it came to Mr. Qing Yun, the #1 scholar in the world, even the nobles of the various countries couldn't help but feel a bit restrained. Not long later, the atmosphere in the observation tower became lively. Sitting below, Lei Jinting casually drank his wine, while sizing up Yi Li, who was carefully wiping Imo Xiaoyao's mouth. Under the bright candlelight, the faint smile on the woman's lips seemed especially gentle and moving. Lei Jinting's sharp eyes slightly narrowed as his gaze swept over Imo Xiaoyao. I heard that Prince Ding and Princess Ding had twins a month ago. Such a happy occasion. I haven't congratulated you yet. Lei Jinting suddenly opened his mouth. His voice wasn't loud, but with his internal energy, it easily spread throughout the observation tower. The guests all came to their senses and hurriedly congratulated Imo Xiaoyao and Yili. Imo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and raised his cup. I thank Shilling Jinim of Gojoseon, and thank you all. Lei Jinting smiled. Such a happy occasion. How can I not give a gift? I have prepared a big gift for Prince Ding. I hope Prince Ding will not reject it. At the same time, it shows the deep friendship between our two countries. Imo Xiaoyao's sword-like eyebrows slightly raised. He didn't believe that Lei Jinting would sincerely give him a gift for the twins, especially when he had just killed his grandson and granddaughter not long ago. Lei Jinting smiled. I sent people to search for this gift for a long time before I found it. It is absolutely precious. Imo Xiaoyao slightly curled his lips. If it is too precious, Jinim of Gojoseon can keep it for himself. Lei Jinting smiled. Such a treasure. Only Prince Ding can appreciate it. If it was me, it would be a waste. Men. Not long after, a few West Hill guards came in carrying a tall box. They gently placed the wooden box on the ground and stood respectfully to one side, waiting for orders. Rather than calling it a box, it was more like an exquisitely carved wooden cabinet. Everyone's eyes involuntarily focused on the carved sandalwood cabinet in the hall. They didn't know what gift Jinim of Gojoseon had given Prince Ding that made him so cautious. Looking at everyone's reaction, Jinim of Gojoseon smiled with satisfaction. Open it and take a look. A guard stepped forward and pulled the wooden cabinet from above. A faint fragrance immediately filled the viewing platform. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. In the hall where the wooden cabinet was originally placed, there was a woman in white kneeling. This woman looked to be no more than 15 or 16 years old. Her appearance wasn't particularly beautiful either. At least, there were at least 4 or 5 women present, including Princess Ding, who were more beautiful than her. However, she had a very strange attraction that attracted the gazes of all the guests present. He only felt that there was not a single part of this woman that was not perfect. It even made people feel that her not-so-beautiful appearance was flawless. If it was a more beautiful face, it would instead destroy this temperament. The woman was dressed in a plain white robe. Her hair was also casually draped over her shoulders. She didn't have any accessories on her body, and even her beautiful eyes didn't have any fluctuations. However, those who met her eyes couldn't help but hear their own thumping heartbeats. Jinim of Gojoseon, what is the meaning of this? Before Imo Xiaoyao could speak, Su Hongyin's face had already darkened. Disregarding everything else, today was Master Qingyun's birthday, yet Lei Jinting had sent a beautiful young girl as Prince Ding. It was truly somewhat rude. Lei Jinting didn't mind. He smiled at Su Hongyin. I know that today is Master Qingyun's birthday. This is indeed impolite. However, I just got this treasure and hurriedly had someone send it to Glass City. This is why I wanted to give it to Prince Ding as soon as possible. After all, such a treasure, leaving it in Ai's hands is really unbearable. Lei Jinting revealed a tacit, understanding smile and nodded at Su Hongyin. Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head to look at the white-robed woman. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Jinim of Gojoseon, what is the meaning of this?" Lei Jinting smiled and said, "Prince Ding and Princess Consort have been married for almost 10 years. However, the residence has yet to take in a concubine. I know that Prince Ding has such a wonderful woman like Princess Consort as his companion. This world's common women won't be able to catch his eye. This is why I sent this woman. I think this woman is definitely a good match for Prince Ding." Many people didn't think much of Lei Jinting's words. After all, Princess Ding could be said to be a peerless woman. Just based on appearance, she didn't lose to the white-robed woman. However, looking at the white-robed woman, they couldn't say anything bad about her. Thinking about it again, Princess Ding could be Prince Ding's wife at any time. However, if there were a few more beautiful concubines, it would also be a good story. Thinking like this, not only did they not have any thoughts about the white-robed woman, many people had other thoughts. Of course, this was excluding the messenger sent by the Emperor of Shilling. The messenger sent by the Emperor of Shilling only had his head lowered as he stared at the fine wine in the cup in front of him. It was as though the fine wine had suddenly become a nectar. In reality, it wasn't until Lei Jinting mentioned this that the people seated noticed that in all these years, Prince Ding hadn't taken a concubine. The entire Prince Ding mansion only knew that Princess Ding was a woman. Even though Princess Ding was a peerless woman, but in the eyes of the nobles in this world where men were respected, Prince Ding's actions were absolutely inconceivable. Not to mention the nobles of other countries. Even many of the subordinates of Prince Ding's residence had some thoughts of disapproval. It wasn't that they had any opinions about Yi Li. It was just that since ancient times, 3 wives and 4 concubines had been the norm. Moreover, Mo Xiaoyao was the owner of the Prince Ding mansion. In the eyes of many, he was destined to ascend the throne in the future. He absolutely couldn't place his thoughts on a woman. Seeing that many people had expressions of approval and envy, Lei Jinting smiled in satisfaction. He raised his head to look at Yi Li sitting next to Mo Xiaoyao. Yi Li's expression was calm, as usual. There was even a faint smile at the corners of her lips. On the other side, a trace of anger flashed through Su Qingyin's eyes. He was about to stand up. Su Qingbai, who was sitting next to him, held him down. Su Qingyin angrily said in a low voice, "Fourth brother, what are you doing?" Su Qingbai glanced at the indifferent Mo Xiaoyao and said, "This is Prince Ding and Li Er's matter." The Su family wouldn't ask for Mo Xiaoyao to only have Yi Li for the rest of his life. And if they weren't willing to insist on this matter, then no matter how many promises they made, it would just be nonsense. The Su family could only support Mo Xiaoyao's decision and Yi Li's decision unconditionally, no matter what choice she made. Chapter 782. Definitely enough? Mo Xiaoyao's cool voice rang out from the observation tower. The entire place was silent, and the outside was bustling with noise and excitement. "I can't see how this woman can compare to Ai's princess." Lei Jinting smiled confidently and said, "The princess consort is naturally a rare woman in this world, but the one in front of us isn't bad either. I can guarantee that her martial arts, talent, ability, and even medical skills and miscellaneous studies are among the best among the women in the world. If the prince doesn't believe me, why don't you ask the princess to come down and spar with her?" "Impudent!" Mo Xiaoyao shouted angrily. A white shadow flashed across the sky, and everyone couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Mo Xiaoyao had already appeared in front of the white-clothed woman and mercilessly raised his hand to strike the top of the woman's head. Just when everyone thought that the woman was going to die, the white-clothed woman suddenly raised her head and raised her hand, blocking Mo Xiaoyao's attack. Mo Xiaoyao snorted, and once again clawed at the woman's shoulder. The white-clothed woman didn't meet force with force this time, and instead retreated. Mo Xiaoyao's claw missed, and a hole was made in the wooden cabinet beside him. From this, it could be seen that if his claw had really grabbed the woman's left shoulder, it would have been crushed. Mo Xiaoyao didn't pursue after his two moves had failed. He waved his sleeve and flew back to his original seat. However, a gust of wind shot out from his sleeve towards the white-clothed woman. Just now, the woman had narrowly avoided the attack. She had just stood firm, but this time she couldn't avoid it. She could only raise her hand and take it head-on. Unexpectedly, she only took a step back. Even her expression didn't change. She just stood silently beside Lei Jinting. Mo Xiaoyao stood above, looking down at Lei Jinting and the white-clothed woman, and calmly said, "To be able to take 3 of I's moves and not lose, you do have some skill." In fact, this wasn't just some skill. Just now, Mo Xiaoyao had used at least 80% of his strength, and the white-clothed woman was able to receive it without any change in expression. This proved that whether it was her moves, reaction, or internal energy, they were all not bad. Even in the martial arts world, she would definitely be ranked. Most importantly, she didn't look more than 16 years old. This level of skill was about the same as Mo Xiaoyao's when he was the same age. Lei Jinting wasn't surprised and smiled. "I said that I would definitely satisfy Prince Ding." Mo Xiaoyao looked at him and revealed a mocking smile. "Who said that I will accept her? Seeing that she has some real ability, this prince will not fuss over this offense. Scram back to where I came from." Once these words were said, the crowd couldn't help but go into an uproar. Even the white-clothed woman's expression changed slightly. For such a beauty to be rejected by Prince Ding without any hesitation, in the eyes of the crowd, it was no different from a waste. After all, in this world, no one was forced to choose between a beauty and Princess Ding. Wasn't it the dream of all men to have a beautiful wife and concubines? Lei Jinting slightly frowned and looked at Mo Xiaoyao with some difficulty. Prince Ding is really going to reject her? Mo Xiaoyao coldly smiled, but didn't say anything. Lei Jinting seemed helpless and sighed. "Does Prince Ding know where she came from?" Mo Xiaoyao said, "I already said, scram back to where you came from. She comes from Infinite Boundless Mountain." Lei Jinting's words were like a drop of water in a pot of oil, instantly causing the entire viewing tower to explode. Infinite Boundless Mountain was actually a place that the people of the Chu state were not unfamiliar with. It was the only main peak in the central and southern part of the Chu state, and was currently in the hands of Lei Jinting. However, the reason why everyone was familiar with it was not because of how beautiful its scenery was or what miracles had appeared before. In truth, Infinite Boundless Mountain was hidden within countless mountains, and the surrounding peaks all looked the same. If one didn't have someone familiar to lead the way, it would be impossible to tell which one was Infinite Boundless Mountain, and it was very likely that one would get lost in the depths of the mountain. Legend had it that there was a hidden family in Infinite Boundless Mountain. The people of this family were proficient in astronomy, geography, medicine, divination, and astrology. The men were talented, and the women were capable of assisting the king and supporting the country. Every 60 years, a descendant would descend the mountain to temper themselves. However, this family was dominated by Yin, and in the past few hundred years, it was extremely rare for a man to appear. As for the women who descended the mountain to temper themselves, all of them were extraordinarily intelligent. The most famous amongst them were the empress of the previous dynasty and the queen of the Chu state's second generation, as well as the queen of the Western Tomb from 60 years ago, Lei Jinting's late grandmother. It was said that the ancestor of the Su family had also married a woman from Infinite Boundless Mountain, although the Su family had never acknowledged it. However, it was precisely because in a short few hundred years, 3 empresses had appeared, and their appearance had brought about the prosperity of the dynasty. From then on, Infinite Boundless Mountain had a secret connection with the rise and fall of the dynasty. Now, this white-clothed girl had chosen Prince Ding. Could it be that the gazes with which everyone looked at Mo Xiaoyao had become somewhat different? Lei Jinting smiled. "Now Prince Ding should understand, right? It's not that I want to make things difficult for Prince Ding and Princess and intentionally destroy the relationship between the two of you. It's just that everyone somewhat understood now. This matter was naturally not something that Lei Jinting could decide. If Lei Jinting could make the decision, even if he himself could not marry this white-clothed girl, he could still let his son do so. How could he let his enemy have it so easily? Everyone involuntarily looked at Prince Ding. Prince Ding, who had just solemnly vowed to scram back to where she came from, would he still be so resolute in the face of this white-clothed young lady with such a background? The viewing platform was silent for a long time. Just when many people thought that Prince Ding was about to agree, Emo Xiuyao's cold voice resounded in the hall. Scram! Chapter 783. Emo Xiuyao had never liked to shout loudly, but perhaps due to his personality, his voice always carried an extremely faint coldness. Therefore, when his face really darkened, even if it was just a casual sentence, one could feel the cold, killing intent contained within. The girl who had originally been standing by Lei Jinting's side suddenly raised her head, looking in shock at the man whose hair was as white as snow. Clearly, she had not expected that Emo Xiuyao would actually reject her so mercilessly. It must be known that although Infinite Boundless Mountain's successor only entered the world once every 60 years, the significance of this, as well as the tangled and complicated relationship between Infinite Boundless Mountain and the various countries over the past few hundred years, caused everyone to treat this with caution. Originally, Lei Jinting's suggestion to present her as a present had already caused her to feel somewhat displeased. However, she also knew that Lei Jinting's words were not false. She had indeed come a step too late, as Prince Ding already had a Princess Ding by his side. Although she did not believe that Princess Ding was superior to her, the 10 years of relationship between Prince Ding and the princess were not fake. A man could have countless beauties, but only needed a virtuous wife. In a situation where he already had Yi Li, her advantage was not so obvious. However, even so, her willingness to be a secondary consort was already a huge concession in her eyes. She had not thought that Emo Xiuyao would actually reject her. This was originally already a temptation that no man would be able to reject. However, thinking about it from another perspective, if he was unable to reject such a temptation, wouldn't Prince Ding be as unbearably vulgar as the majority of men in the world? Prince Ding, are you really going to reject me? The white-clothed girl stepped forward, asking. Emo Xiuyao laughed coldly. I am not rejecting you. I want you to immediately scram. The white-clothed woman's face paled. No matter how calm and confident she was, it was unbearable for her to be humiliated in front of all the heroes of the world. The woman in white looked at Emo Xiuyao, who was staring at her coldly, and then looked at Yi Li, who was sitting next to him. She asked, Princess Ding, what do you say? Yi Li looked up and asked in confusion, what does this imperial consort want to say? The woman in white stared at her and said in a low voice, I've heard that Princess Ding's talent and beauty are unparalleled, and that you are Prince Ding's virtuous wife. Presumably, Princess Consort also knows what to do. Prince Ding is the best. She definitely won't spoil Prince Ding's plans for unnecessary matters. Yi Li slightly frowned and asked in a soft voice, Miss, do you really want to know this consort's thoughts? The woman in white was slightly startled. She nodded and said, Of course. Yi Li indifferently said, From a woman's point of view, this consort only wants to tell you one word, scram. From a princess consort's point of view, this consort also wants to tell you to scram immediately. As a wife, she should naturally follow her husband's lead. Therefore, this consort still wants to tell you to scram back to where you came from. Well said. On the other side, Su Qingyan couldn't help but loudly praise. You. The woman in white's expression changed, but she didn't become angry. Instead, she quickly calmed down. She calmly looked at Yi Li and Emo Xiuyao and said, It seems like today isn't the time to discuss matters. Why don't we wait for the two of you to think things through before we discuss? After she finished speaking, she didn't care about the gazes of the people in the hall. She calmly turned and walked away, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. Yi Li's words clearly improved Emo Xiuyao's mood greatly. Pulling Yi Li back to her seat, He looked coldly at Lei Jinting, saying, "Genom of Gojoseon, is this the gift you sent?" Lei Jinting shrugged rather helplessly, saying, "I also had no choice. Anyway, the matter has already been settled. Prince Dane can just do as he sees fit." This time, he had really wronged Lei Jinting. First, let's not talk about whether or not this woman was of any use. Even Infinite Boundless Mountain's reputation and hidden power was enough to make people drool. Even if there was something wrong with Lei Jinting's head, he wouldn't be willing to gift such a person to his greatest enemy. But who asked Infinite Boundless Mountain to be within his current jurisdiction? And who asked him not to offend people of Infinite Boundless Mountain? Of course, there was no lack of thoughts of wanting to see Mo Xiaoyao and Yili fall out. Still, that was just in passing. Is Prince Ding really not interested in Infinite Boundless Mountain's descendant? Down below, Yaluyi asked darkly. While the northern tribes belonged to the barbarian tribes beyond the Great Wall, they had also been influenced by the culture of the Central Plains in recent years. This was especially so for those of the royal family, who were naturally very familiar with the legends of the Central Plains. While they didn't completely believe in those legends of Infinite Boundless Mountain, there were times when these so-called legends were also a kind of symbol of the will of the heavens, and when used, might not necessarily be any less effective than a million brave soldiers. Holding Yili's hand, Mo Xiaoyao said mildly, "Whoever is interested, feel free to give it a try. I, however, do not have the fortune to enjoy it." Hearing his words, everyone felt both jealousy and admiration in their hearts. They were jealous of Mo Xiaoyao's luck, actually being unable to catch the descendant of a legendary hidden family who had personally delivered herself to his doorstep. At the same time, they also admired him for remaining unmoved in the face of such temptation for the sake of Princess Yi. On the Su family side, Su Qingbai's sword-like brows furrowed slightly as he looked at Su Qingchen in front of him, saying in a low voice, "Big brother, the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain have also come down to cause trouble. I'm afraid that there will be some trouble." Su Qingchen's smile was gentle and refined as he said mildly, "Fourth brother, do you still remember the last time something happened to someone of Infinite Boundless Mountain?" Su Qingbai furrowed his brows as he recalled. The last one seemed to be Genom of Gojoseon's grandmother. It should be more than 60 years ago. Logically speaking, the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain should have appeared a few years ago, perhaps even 10 years ago. Su Qingshan raised his brows, saying, "The people of Infinite Boundless Mountain do indeed have some ability. Otherwise, they wouldn't have produced so many Empress Mothers in succession. However, that's all. If they think too highly of themselves, my Su family is also not afraid of them." Between his brows, an air of transcendent arrogance naturally seeped out, as if he didn't place that so-called legendary family in his eyes at all. Hearing Big Brother's words, the expressions of the others also eased greatly. It was instead Su Qingyan who asked curiously, "Big Brother, have any of our family's ancestors ever married a girl of Infinite Boundless Mountain?" Su Qingze swept him a cold glance. There has never been anyone of unknown origins who entered the Su family. Go back and take a good look at the family records. The wives of the Su family didn't seek high positions, nor did they seek to be as beautiful as flowers or overflowing with talent. There was only one most important thing, which was to have a clean and upright family background. Those who liked to be secretive would never be able to enter the doors of the Su family, no matter what. Meanwhile, the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain, in pursuit of that so-called mystery, just happened to like being secretive the most. Su Qingyan shrunk his neck back, hiding behind Su Qingbai, afraid of this cold-faced second brother, as always. Up ahead, Su Hongyu and Su Hongyan, seeing their nephews calm and collected, also nodded their heads satisfactorily. The little interlude just now didn't affect the singing and dancing in the square below. The guests on the viewing tower very quickly began to drink and chat, but there were also many who were clearly a little distracted. Sitting beside Mo Xiaoyao, Yuli frowned slightly as she looked at the guests below, just feeling that something was missing. Looking down at her frowning appearance, Emo Xiaoyao asked rather worriedly, "What's the matter, Lili? Did that woman make you unhappy?" Yili shook her head, smiling mockingly at him. Prince's luck with women really isn't bad. Even this legendary fairy reclusive has come to throw herself into his arms? Emo Xiaoyao lifted his arms and pulled Emo Xiaobao, who was sandwiched between them, into his embrace, casually cupping his two paws so that they wouldn't get in the way. Only then did he reach Li's side, curling his lips disdainfully. "What kind of beauty is she? Infinite, boundless mountain has fallen, hasn't it? It actually doesn't even have a decent woman." Chapter 784. Yili smiled and raised her eyebrows, not commenting on Mo Xiaoyao's evaluation. Although in terms of looks, that white-clothed girl was slightly inferior to Yili, it was not by much. However, there was an extremely inexplicably attractive aura about her, different from Yili's noble and graceful aura that made others submit to her. It was clearly easier for her to arouse some of the deepest desires in men. This was something that even Su Zuidi and noble consort Lu could not compare to when they were in their prime. Just looking at the expressions of all the guests in the Great Hall just now, it could be seen. Mo Xiaoyao knit his brows slightly. That girl is a little strange. Don't get too close to her, Li. Mo Xiaoyao had seen who knows how many supreme beauties. How could he not see that this white-clothed girl had a strange attraction to others? It was just a pity that this sort of attraction was virtually ineffective on an expert with a strong will like Mo Xiaoyao, and might even cause him to feel repulsed by it. Lily smiled and nodded. "I know. Why would the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain come down at this time? It has already been over 70 years since the last time, right?" Mo Xiaoyao laughed coldly. 10 years ago, the world situation was unclear, and they also did not have the ability to predict the future, so they naturally had to wait and see. Saying that it comes once every 60 years is just a smokescreen to deceive the world. How could those few times when things were really so accurate? When the Dechu state was founded, they just happened to appear when Taizong was vying for the throne. Why didn't they accompany Taizu in conquering the world? There's also Lei Zhenting's grandmother. It was also a good time. Yili came to a realization. If the descendant of Infinite Boundless Mountain really came out once every 60 years, so coincidentally, she really had to believe that the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain could predict the future, choosing a master on behalf of the heavens. At the end of the day, Infinite Boundless Mountain's reputation is still not bad. With the reputation of choosing a master on behalf of the heavens, the chosen one would be perfectly justified. It was no wonder that the expressions of everyone present were not right. This time, Yili actually believed that this was not some scheme of Lei Zhenting's. Mo Xiaoyao said disdainfully, "Choosing a master on behalf of the heavens? No one could stop I from doing what I wanted. Do we need Infinite Boundless Mountain to come and pick I?" Yili smiled. "This consort knows that our prince is ambitious. I will definitely not rely on nepotism to seize the world." Looking at her bright and smiling face, if they weren't in public, Mo Xiaoyao would have pounced on her and kissed her. "Boo-hoo!" Mo Xiaoyao, who was unable to move, protested in dissatisfaction, but Mo Xiao mercilessly stuffed a mouthful of food into his mouth. Unable to open his mouth to complain, Mo Xiaobao could only blink his large eyes at his mother in grievance. Unfortunately, in Yili's eyes, he looked like a father feeding his son, although it wasn't very gentle. Yili had always felt that it wasn't good for the father and son to always be at each other's throats, so she didn't disturb their interaction. "Is there someone missing?" Yili stared down thoughtfully. She had felt that something was missing since just now. However, that white-clothed girl from Infinite Boundless Mountain had come out to cause trouble, causing her to not have the time to think about this. Mo Xiaoyao swept his gaze downwards. Actually, with so many guests, just the observation tower alone had over 1,000 people. It really wasn't easy to discover who was missing. Mo Xiaoyao frowned, pondering for a moment before saying, Immerse Xiaoyun and Zhen Ning didn't come. Although these two didn't have any real power, their significance was still extremely great. After all, they were the rightful princes and princesses of the Chu state, and had even taken the initiative to surrender the Chu capital to the Prince Ding mansion. No matter what, as long as these two didn't commit any heinous crimes, the Prince Ding mansion had to take good care of them. Looking at the two empty seats, Yi Li's mind flashed, and she abruptly looked towards Yelu Ye's side, saying, "Noble consort Lu didn't come." Mo Xiao didn't think much of it. Although she's claimed to be Yelu Ye's future princess consort, as long as there's no official wedding, she's not the princess consort of the northern tribes. Since she doesn't have any family background to show, it's normal for her not to come. Yi Li shook her head, saying, with her arrogance and self-confidence, she wouldn't think that she doesn't have the right to come. For someone like noble consort Lu, even if she was trampled into the mud, she would still think that she was the most noble and beautiful person in the world. Why would she think that she didn't have the right to attend the birthday banquet? Frowning slightly, she said, "If that's not the case, where did she run off to? Could it be related to Prince Chongqing and Princess Zhenning?" And Mo Xiaoyao said, "Even if that's the case, Miss Li doesn't need to worry about them. And Mo Xiaoyan and Zhenning both have people protecting them. Even if something happens, it won't be them." Yi Li was helpless and could only suppress the worry in her heart, waiting for the banquet to end before making a fuss. By the time the banquet ended, it was already close to midnight. Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao naturally brought Mo Xiaobao back to the residence first, and there would naturally be people to take care of the rest. Unexpectedly, just as they returned to the residence, Zhui Jing came to report, Princess consort, something happened to Princess Zhenning." Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao could only settle Mo Xiaobao down and follow him to Prince Chongqing's residence. When they arrived at Prince Chongqing's residence, they realized that Zhui Jing wasn't exaggerating. Something really did happen. Princess Zhenning sat in the main hall in a daze, and there was a pool of half-dried blood on the ground beside her. Princess Zhenning had always been brooding over her appearance and would never forget to wear a veil in front of outsiders. But right now, her hair was disheveled, and the hideous scars on her face were undisguised in front of everyone. Not far away, there was a white-clothed woman lying on the ground, with a golden hairpin stuck in her abdomen, and her white clothes were already soaked with blood. Shen Yang and Mo Wuyo, who had come over at some point, were squatting on the ground to check. Yi Li looked at the woman's face, and sure enough, it was noble consort Lu. She sighed softly and understood what had happened without asking. Yi Li looked at Mo Xiaoyun, who was standing at the side. Mo Xiaoyun's face was pale, and his hands hanging by his side were tightly clenched. He said in a low voice, "Princess consort, I was impulsive and injured the 7th imperial consort of the northern tribes. Princess consort, please punish me." Mo Xiaoyun had experienced many unforeseen events these years, and had long understood the fickleness of human nature. If noble consort Lu was really the 7th imperial consort of the northern tribes, Yi would definitely find trouble with the Prince Ding mansion after being injured by them. The best way for the Prince Ding mansion to settle the matter was naturally to hand her over, and at the same time get rid of him, the prince of the Chu state. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Yi Li shook her head and pulled Mo Xiaoyao to the side to sit down, asking, "Why is Mr. Shen here? How is her injury?" Shen Yang rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, "This old man was about to return after the banquet, but I was caught by this brat on the way back." Mo Wuyo raised his head and smiled at Yi Li, saying, "Master and I passed by the entrance of the Prince Chongqing's mansion, and just happened to bump into Prince Chongqing. Princess consort, don't worry, Master's medical skills are superb, so there shouldn't be any problems." Shen Yang glared at Mo Wuyo and said, "What do you mean there won't be any problems? In such a place, what's the use of this old man's medical skills?" There was a difference between men and women, and Shen Yang couldn't treat an injury in a place like the abdomen. Although a doctor had the heart of a parent, noble consort Lu's identity was really not easy to deal with. Mo Wuyo wasn't afraid of being glared at by him, and said with a smile, "Then Master can guide this disciple, and this disciple will treat it. Okay." Chapter 785. Xinyang reluctantly glanced at the unconscious noble consort Lu, then muttered a few words of advice to Mo Wuyo. After that, he let Mo Wuyo do the work, then walked to the side and sat down to rest. "It seems that Wuyo has learned well from Mr. Shun," Yili said with a smile. Just by looking at Shun Yang's attitude towards Mo Wuyo, she knew that he was very satisfied with this disciple. Xinyang said lightly, "She's indeed more talented than the princess." In fact, Yi Li's talent wasn't bad either. It was just that her medical skills required calmness and patience. As Princess Ding, Yi Li was always busy with worldly affairs. How could she have so much time to concentrate on her studies, let alone inherit her teacher's legacy? At that time, Shun Yang and Dr. Lin did feel that it was a pity. Mo Xiaoyan stood on the side and listened to their conversation. He vaguely understood that noble consort Lu probably wouldn't die for the time being. For a moment, he didn't know whether to rejoice or regret. Glancing at his sister who was sitting next to him in a daze, Mo Xiaoyan cautiously said, "Uncle Prince Ding, the princess. Tonight's matter." Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. "You still want to say that you heard her?" Mo Xiaoyan froze and nodded. "I was angry. Xiaoyan will listen to Uncle Prince Ding's punishment." Mo Xiaoyao looked at him with interest for a while before saying, "I didn't expect Mo Jingqi to have such a son. It's not bad. But why did you take Princess Zhan Ning's golden hairpin to kill that woman?" I was younger brother." Princess Zhan Ning, who had been in a daze, suddenly raised her head and stopped Mo Xiaoyan. She looked straight at Mo Xiaoyao and said lightly, "Uncle Prince Ding, I did it. You don't have to save her. If she dies, I'll pay with my life for her." Royal sister. Mo Xiaoyan was flustered and exasperated. He didn't care about noble consort Lu anymore. However, this royal sister, who was only 2 or 3 years older than him, had taken care of him since he was a child. Even though she wasn't smart or capable, she still tried her best to take care of her 2 younger brothers when they were neglected by their mother. Mo Xiaoyao frowned in displeasure. "Enough. She is not the princess consort of the northern tribes. Even if she dies, Yalu Yi will not seek revenge." "Zhening, do you really want her to die?" Princess Zhening's face was pale. She glared fiercely at the woman in white on the ground. Her lips trembled, but she couldn't say anything for a long time. Mo Xiaoyao said casually, "If you really want her to die, then go over and press that hairpin down further." Hearing his words, not only did Princess Zhan Ning tremble in fright, even noble consort Lu, who was lying unconscious on the ground, suddenly widened her eyes. She looked at Mo Xiaoyao in disbelief. Noble consort Lu couldn't hold on because of the blood loss, but she wasn't in a deep coma. She could hear some of the words of the people around her. When she suddenly heard Mo Xiaoyao's heartless words, it was no wonder she woke up from her coma. Mo Xiaoyao, who was thinking a way to pull out the hairpin, looked helplessly at Mo Xiaoyao. "Uncle Prince Ding, if you continue to provoke her, she really won't be able to hold on." Princess Zhan Ning definitely didn't hold back with this hairpin. If it pushed even a little deeper, noble consort Lu would be dead for sure. So they didn't dare to move her and could only deal with her on the spot. Mo Xiaoyao said seriously, "I's not joking." Mo Wuyo silently said, "I believe you're not joking, but can you not be so serious right now? Is it really okay to instigate a daughter to kill her own mother?" "That's enough." Yili glanced at Mo Xiaoyao, telling him to shut up. She turned her head and asked, "Wuyo, is it very difficult?" Mo Wuyo hesitated, then said, "It's not difficult. However, if you have something to say, just say it." Mo Xiaoyao said unhappily. He was very unhappy that he couldn't go back to hug his precious daughter and then hug Li Li to sleep in the middle of the night. If it wasn't for the fact that Mo Xiaoyan and Zhen Ning were still useful, he would have just found a place to throw this woman away. In Glass City, Yaluyi probably didn't have the ability to find her. Mo Wuyo looked at Princess Zhenning and Mo Xiaoyan, then said with a frown, "This injury isn't in the right place. Also, this woman seems to have miscarried half a year ago. If she's not careful, she probably won't be able to have children in the future." Since she was the future royal consort of the northern tribes, whether she could have children or not was probably a very important matter. Xinyang raised his brows, then looked at Mo Wuyo and said, "Disciple, your medical skills still need to be trained." Please advise me, master." Hearing his master's words, Mo Wuyo thought he had diagnosed wrongly, and a trace of annoyance flashed across his small face. Xinyang said, "How is this woman miscarrying half a year ago? She has miscarried at least 3 times in the past 2 years. Don't worry about it. You don't have to care about something that is destined to never exist again. Even if she didn't have this injury, she would still be like this." Looking at noble consort Lu, Xinyang's expression was full of disgust. He naturally knew noble consort Lu's identity, but this wasn't enough for Xinyang to dislike her. However, personally killing her own unborn child was not within Xinyang's tolerance range. Xinyang's medical skills could be said to be unparalleled in the current era. He could even calculate what kind of abortion medicine noble consort Lu had taken. Only a pregnant woman would take an abortion medicine that wouldn't harm her body and even had some special effects. "Mr. Shun, you mean she?" Mo Xiaoyan stared at the woman on the ground, unable to ask. She used the dispersing fragrance pill, and more than once. Mo Xiaoyan's expression suddenly became complicated. Princess Zhenning was a girl, so she didn't know what it was. However, Mo Xiaoyan had been taught by the Lu family since childhood, so Prime Minister Lu didn't hide many private matters from him. Rather than calling the dispersing fragrance pill an abortion medicine, it was better to call it a kind of beauty-preserving holy product. However, it was unknown who discovered that this thing had even more miraculous effects when used during pregnancy. Once a woman was pregnant, her appearance would definitely not be as good as before. Such a miraculous medicine naturally attracted people like a flock of ducks. However, someone soon discovered that women who took this medicine during pregnancy would all have miscarriages without exception, and those who used it less would also give birth to stillbirths. However, the beauty-preserving effect was 10 times better than usual. There were even many women who didn't care about their unborn children for the sake of beauty. This medicine gradually became a forbidden medicine. A woman who lost her father had 3 miscarriages in 2 years, and all of them were caused by herself. Mo Xiaoyan really didn't understand what his mother, who used to be high and mighty, was doing. However, looking at that delicate and beautiful face, Mo Xiaoyan suddenly rushed out of the door and vomited. Although Princess Zhenning didn't know the inside story, the fact that noble consort Lu had an abortion during pregnancy was enough to shock her. She walked to noble consort Lu's side in a daze and looked down at the beautiful woman on the ground. Princess Zhenning only felt the resentment in her heart surging out like a burst dam. "Bitch!" Chapter 786. Princess Zhenning stared at noble consort Lu, who was lying on the ground, her face full of cold resentment and disgust. Xinyang's words completely shattered the last trace of hope Princess Zhenning had for her mother. Back when Princess Zhenning was drugged and knocked unconscious in the cold palace, her face was disfigured. For the past 2 years, she had never stopped hating noble consort Lu. However, this hatred was also mixed with a trace of hope for her mother and an unbreakable admiration. If noble consort Lu sincerely apologized to her tonight, even if there was a trace of guilt and remorse, Princess Zhenning's golden hairpin wouldn't have pierced her body. However, at this moment, there was only pure disgust and hatred in Princess Zhenning's eyes. The relationship between mother and daughter was truly severed from now on. Hearing Xinyang's words, Mo Wuyo didn't hesitate anymore. She raised her hand and quickly pulled out the golden hairpin. For a moment, blood gushed out. Mo Wuyo ferociously took out the holy healing medicine Shun Yang refined and poured it on the wound. Then, she tore a piece of white gauze from noble consort Lu's clothes and began to bandage the wound. Princess Zhenning didn't hurt noble consort Lu's fatal spot. If the fact that she couldn't have children in the future was excluded, even if noble consort Lu died in the end, it would only be due to excessive bleeding. Now that she had Shun Yang's holy bleeding medicine, her life naturally wouldn't be in danger. After bandaging the wound, Mo Wuyo took out a small porcelain bottle and poured it down noble consort Lu's throat. After a moment, noble consort Lu's originally pale face began to recover its color at a speed visible to the naked eye. Isn't it a waste to let her use such a good thing? Did I give you such a thing for you to abuse? Xinyang stared at Mo Wuyo and said unhappily. Mo Wuyo raised his head and smiled sweetly at Xinyang. Master, Uncle Prince Ding and the princess consort must have something to ask. How could they get anything out of her when she was in such a state just now? Xinyang snorted. You're smart. Mo Xiuyao narrowed his eyes and saw that noble consort Lu's complexion had improved. He nodded indifferently. Since it's fine, Xiaoyan, what do you think? Mo Xiaoyan lowered his hands and said indifferently. Everything will be handled by Uncle Prince Ding. This person has nothing to do with me and my royal sister anymore. Even though we are no longer related, she turned her head and glared at noble consort Lu's beautiful face. Gritting her teeth, she said, she still owes me a face. Hearing this, noble consort Lu's expression changed. She glared at Princess Zhenning and said angrily, What do you want? Princess Zhenning looked at her, gritted her teeth, and said word by word, You ruined my face, shouldn't you compensate me? Noble consort Lu sneered and said, I gave birth to you. Even if I took your life, you should accept it, let alone disfiguring your face. Mo Xiaoyan walked to Princess Zhenning's side and took her hand. He looked at noble consort Lu and said, I just said that we have nothing to do with you anymore. Noble consort Lu snorted disdainfully. The relationship between mother and son couldn't be broken so easily. In noble consort Lu's opinion, Mo Xiaoyan and Zhenning would always be her children. She could disdain them, but they absolutely couldn't be disrespectful to her. She forced herself to stand up and sit in a chair on the side. Although she had applied medicine and bandaged her wound, it wasn't something that could be healed in a short period of time, no matter how miraculous the medicine was. The intense pain made her expression become a bit twisted. She looked at Princess Zhenning with a gaze that seemed to be dipped in poison. Princess Zhenning didn't care about her gaze. When a person was in complete despair for another person, they would become extraordinarily cold. Noble consort Lu didn't care about Princess Zhenning and Mo Xiaoyan's reactions. If it was said that she still cared about these two children in the past, then the 2 years of painful struggle had completely wiped out that little bit of insignificant feeling. Since Mo Xiuyao and Yili appeared here, most of noble consort Lu's attention had been focused on them. However, she no longer had the infatuation with Mo Xiuyao like before. Instead, she was filled with bone-deep resentment. Noble consort Lu even hated Mo Xiuyao more than Yili. However, she knew that she couldn't be impulsive anymore. She had always deeply experienced Mo Xiuyao's heartlessness towards her. Prince Ding, why did you order these two to assassinate me? Could it be that you want to become enemies with the northern tribes? Noble consort Lu raised her chin and stared arrogantly at Mo Xiuyao. She was now the future princess of the northern tribes. Her status wasn't lower than Mo Xiuyao and Yi Li's at all. She didn't need to be polite with them. Yi Li was speechless. She silently glanced at Mo Xiuyao sitting next to her. Was this the legendary hatred born from love? What do you mean? Princess Zhenning stepped forward and said, What does this have to do with the Prince Ding mansion? So what if this princess wants to kill you? At worst, this princess will pay with her life. Royal sister, Mo Xiaoyan looked deeply at noble consort Lu, then said to Princess Zhenning, Let's see what Uncle Prince Ding has to say. Mo Xiaoyao tilted his head to look at Princess Zhenning and Mo Xiaoyan, then said with a faint smile, Zhenning, although your royal father is already dead, the Dechu state probably doesn't have anything to do with you now. However, as long as I acknowledge you as a princess, you are still a princess. Using your life to exchange for her life? I had people raise you for so long, just for this. Who will compensate I for the losses? Princess Zhenning was stunned. She wasn't good at scheming and scheming. However, she also knew that being impulsive wouldn't solve the problem. She lowered her head and said, Uncle Prince Ding, it's Zhenning's fault. Only then did Mo Xiaoyao nod in satisfaction. He didn't raise this princess and this prince for fun. If they lost their lives for noble consort Lu, wouldn't he have wasted a lot of effort? Therefore, not only could Princess Zhenning and Mo Xiaoyan not die, they had to live well. Tilting his head to look at noble consort Lu, Mo Xiaoyao asked gently, I just want to become enemies with the northern tribes? What are you going to do? Do you want to go back and ask Yilu Yi if he's willing to go to war with I for you? You. Noble consort Lu was furious. Mo Xiaoyao's casual question was clearly mocking her. What about me? Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and smiled. Prince, the northern tribe's crown prince and the seventh prince are here. Outside the door, Zhuijing came in to report. Oh, tonight, this small Prince Chongqing's mansion is quite lively. Let them in. After a while, Zhuijing came in with Yelu Hong, Princess Ronghua, and Yelu Yi. Seeing the blood on the ground and the battered noble consort Lu, everyone was stunned. Princess Ronghua smiled and said, Princess, what happened? Yili said indifferently, Nothing. Miss Qin Yana suddenly broke into the Prince Chongqing's mansion with the intention of harming Prince Chongqing and the princess. The princess panicked and hurt Miss Qin Yana. Yili, you're talking nonsense. Noble consort Lu roared, but the pain from her wound caused her to grit her teeth and break out in cold sweat. Yilu Yi walked over to support noble consort Lu, who was sitting unsteadily in her chair, and asked what happened. Noble consort Lu bit her lip and said with grievance, Prince, it was Prince Ding and Princess Ding who ordered that girl to hurt me. Other than Princess Zhenning, the other three girls rolled their eyes and looked up at the sky. This noble consort Lu was at least 34 or 35 years old. Was it really okay to act like a spoiled child? Chapter 787. Yili obviously didn't approve of noble consort Lu's delicate appearance, so he asked in a low voice, Why are you here? Yili smiled faintly. Miss Qin Yana isn't going to say that I sent people to kidnap you, right? Noble consort Lu misspoke. She did come to Prince Chongqing's mansion by herself, but she couldn't say the reason in front of so many people. Yili looked at Yilu Yi indifferently. Prince Yilu, Miss Qin Yana just accused me and Prince of instigating Princess Zhenning to assassinate her for no reason. Now I want to say that she broke into Prince Chongqing's mansion with the intention of harming the princess and Prince Chongqing, framing consort I. Yilu Yi frowned, although he believed noble consort Lu's words more in the current situation. However, Yili's words made him speechless. At the same time, Yilu Yi was also unhappy that noble consort Lu had come to Prince Chongqing's mansion without permission. Yelu Hong, who was sitting on the side, looked at Yili making trouble for Yilu Yi, but his expression was very calm. He just frowned slightly. Prince Ding and Princess Ding are the hosts, so they definitely wouldn't be so rude to guests. Moreover, it's unreasonable for them to instigate Princess Zhenning to assassinate Qin Yana. But seventh brother, isn't Qin Yana always with you? Why did she come to Prince Chongqing's mansion? Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao instigated Princess Zhenning to assassinate Princess Zhenning was indeed unreasonable. However, Yilu Hong directly ignored the fact that Princess Zhenning had tried to assassinate noble consort Lu herself, obviously pushing the blame to noble consort Lu. Yilu Yi frowned. Royal brother is right. I'm afraid today's matter is a misunderstanding. Princess Ronghua covered her mouth and smiled. Seventh brother is right. Qing Yana and the late noble consort Lu are so similar, so some misunderstandings are inevitable. 2 days ago, Prince Chongqing and Princess Zhenning came to visit. Could it be that Prince Chongqing and the princess are still? Mo Xiaoyan cupped his hands to Princess Ronghua and said respectfully, "Aunt Ronghua, you are right. I and my royal sister were reckless before. The matter is already clear. Us siblings have nothing to do with Miss Qing Yana. We mistook her for someone else." After saying that, Mo Xiaoyan took a step back and secretly grabbed Princess Zhenning's hand tightly. Princess Zhenning lowered her eyes to hide the hatred in her eyes. In the end, she didn't say anything and silently agreed with Mo Xiaoyan's words. Yelu Hong smiled. "It's fine as long as it's a misunderstanding. Then tonight's matter," Mo Xiaoyan said. "Tonight was also a misunderstanding. Miss Qing Yina's sudden arrival caused us to have some verbal conflicts. Royal sister thought that Miss Qing Yina wanted to harm us, so she stabbed her. Please forgive me, Prince Yelu. If there is any punishment, Xiao Yun is willing to bear it." Since the other party had already said so, Yelu Yi naturally couldn't bully a 13 or 14-year-old child. She had no choice but to let it go. Noble consort Lu had suffered the hairpin in vain. With a sullen face, Yelu Yi bid farewell to Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li. He supported noble consort Lu and was about to walk out. "Wait a moment." Xinyang, who had been watching from the side, suddenly spoke. Although Yelu Yi wasn't familiar with Xinyang, he knew that his position in the Princeton mansion was very special. He turned around and patiently waited for him to speak. Xinyang took a prescription written by Mo Wuyo and handed it over. As the saying goes, a doctor has the heart of a parent. Since she's a patient, this old man can't ignore her. This girl has had too many miscarriages, and the injury just now was not in the right place. Take this prescription back and let her use it. Although it can't guarantee that she will be pregnant in the future, it's still good for her body. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the people in the hall became strange. In fact, Yi Li and the others already knew. But seeing Shun Yang say this to Yelu Yi in such a serious manner, Yi Li's smile couldn't help but stiffen. Yelu Yi's face was so gloomy that it was frightening. Even if the people of the northern tribes didn't particularly care about women, that was only referring to the common people of the northern tribes. The imperial family's degree of fussiness about these matters was no less than that of the people of the Central Plains. Even if Yelu Yi and noble consort Lu didn't have such a thing, it was still very embarrassing for someone to say it in front of so many people. Noble consort Lu's face was pale because of Shun Yang's words. She glared at Shun Yang and Mo Wuyo with resentment, then left with Yelu Yi in a daze. After Yelu Yi left, Yelu Hong and Princess Ronghua naturally couldn't stay any longer. They also got up and left. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, Shun Yang stood up and left with Mo Wuyo. When he passed by Princess Zhenning, he stopped to look at her and said, "You're quite an interesting girl. Come find me at the Prince Ding mansion later." After saying that, he left without looking back. Princess Zhenning and Mo Xiaoyan didn't understand what Xinyang meant, but Mo Wuyo did. However, Princess Zhenning's injury was really too serious. Even Mo Wuyo, who was very confident in his master's medical skills, couldn't guarantee that she would be able to recover completely. He could only say, "Zhenning, remember master's words. When you have time, you must come to the Prince Ding mansion." Seeing Princess Zhenning nod, he then bowed to Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao and chased after her. For a moment, only Mo Xiaoyao and the other three were left in the hall. The originally tense atmosphere in the hall suddenly quieted down. Mo Xiaoyao frowned as he looked at the young man and woman in front of him. Although there weren't many things happening tonight, 2 things happening in a row made Mo Xiaoyao very unhappy. His gaze towards Mo Xiaoyan and Princess Zhenning also became somewhat unfriendly. Even if he didn't deliberately release it, this kind of expert's pressure still made Princess Zhenning and Mo Xiaoyan sweat profusely. Yi Li sighed softly as she looked at the siblings' stubborn appearance. She raised her hand to hold Mo Xiaoyao's hand and said softly to Mo Xiaoyun and Mo Xiaoyao, "You're tired too. Have a good rest. Don't act rashly in the future." Mo Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. Mo Xiaoyao stared at Princess Zhenning and asked, "Do you still hate her in your heart?" Princess Zhenning clenched her teeth and said, "I hate that I can't tear her to pieces." Mo Xiaoyao sneered and asked, "What right do you have?" Princess Zhenning was stunned and looked at Mo Xiaoyao with some confusion. Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently, "Do you have the ability to tear her to pieces? I'm afraid that the next person to fall into her hands will be you." Princess Zhenning clenched her teeth. In terms of ability and means, she was indeed inferior to noble consort Lu. Mo Xiaoyao pulled Yili to stand up and looked at the two indifferently, saying, "The two of you are not allowed to interfere in noble consort Lu's matters anymore. Similarly, you're not allowed to help her. If I find out that the two of you have secretly done something you shouldn't do, don't blame I for being ruthless." Mo Xiaoyun's heart skipped a beat. Prince Ding's words meant that he planned to deal with noble consort Lu. Supporting Princess Zhenning, Mo Xiaoyun said respectfully, "We will follow Uncle Prince Ding's instructions. Xiaoyun and royal sister will not act rashly. She has nothing to do with us anymore." "Very good." Mo Xiaoyao nodded with satisfaction and walked out holding Yi Li's hand. Back at the mansion, Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao both gave strict orders not to tell Master Qingyun about what happened last night. Actually, at Master Qingyun's advanced age, he had already let go of many mundane matters and was very open-minded. However, as a younger generation, he still didn't want the old man to worry about this matter that they could solve themselves. Early the next morning, Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao had just gotten up when the guard outside came to report, "Miss Dongfang requests an audience." Yi Li was stunned for a moment. She couldn't figure out who this Miss Dongfang was. Mo Xiaoyao disdainfully curled his lips and said, "That one from Infinite Boundless Mountain. Go ask young Master Qinshun to deal with it. I and the princess consort still have matters to attend to." The guard accepted the order and left. Yi Li asked in confusion, "What matters do we have?" Mo Xiaoyao said with a smile, "We're going to see my little princess and cultivate our relationship." In the main hall of the Prince Ding mansion, a woman dressed in white sat quietly drinking tea. She didn't seem to be angry at the master's neglect at all. She just waited calmly. After an hour, there were footsteps outside the door. The white-clothed woman's lips curled into a perfect smile. When she raised her head, she didn't see the white-clothed, white-haired, handsome man. Instead, she saw another white-clothed, black-haired man with a snow-white robe. Although young Master Qinshun attracted attention, she put all her attention on Mo Xiaoyao last night. She actually didn't see Su Qinshun sitting in the middle of the Su family. However, she could guess his identity just by looking at the elegance of the white clothes. She stood up and smiled faintly. "Dongfang Yu greets young Master Qinshun." Su Qinshun smiled faintly and nodded. "Miss Dongfang, you don't have to be so polite. Please sit down." Dongfang Yu nodded and sat down. She looked at Su Qinshun and said, "Is Prince Ding here?" Su Qinshun smiled. "Prince Ding has some matters to attend to. He has no time to receive you. Please forgive him." Dongfang Yu looked at Su Qinshun and raised her eyebrows. "Young Master Qinshun is hostile to me? I don't know how I made young Master Qinshun unhappy." Su Qinshun smiled but didn't say anything. Dongfang Yu sighed helplessly and said, "I understand. Young Master Qinshun is Princess Ding's cousin. No wonder young Master Qinshun is dissatisfied with my daughter." Su Qinshun shook his head faintly and said, "I'm afraid Miss Dongfang thinks that I am hostile to you. Miss Dongfang thinks too much. The relationship between Li, and Prince Ding is their business. Whether it is good or bad, it is their business. The Su family will not interfere." Dongfang Yu said, "My daughter has no intention of interfering in the relationship between Prince Ding and Princess Ding." Su Qinshun said, "This is Miss Dongfang's business." Chapter 788. Compared to Mo Xiaoyao's merciless mocking and scolding, Su Qingqian's casual politeness and distance made Dongfang Yu feel more at a loss. Dongfang Yu looked at Su Qingqian for a long time, then sighed and asked, "You don't believe me, young Master Qingqian?" Su Qingqian smiled and didn't say anything, neither yes nor no. Dongfang Yu clearly took Su Qingqian's silence as a tacit agreement. She said mildly, "Young Master Qingqian, rest assured. The reason why I chose to marry Prince Ding as a concubine is not because I want Prince Ding's love or anything else. It is only to assist Prince Ding. Once Prince Ding reigns supreme, Dongfang Yu will naturally leave to pursue my own happiness. I will not miss Prince Ding, nor will I bring any trouble to Princess Ding." Su Qingqian said with a smile, "Miss Dongfang, you can go and pursue your own happiness now. Forgive me for being blunt, but Prince Ding does not seem to need your help. Also, it must be because Miss Dongfang has not left the mountain for too long, so you do not know some of the established rules of this world. For example, a concubine cannot be said to marry, but to accept. How could a woman who could say so openly that she wanted to marry Prince Ding be as uncompetitive as she said? Perhaps she really did not need Prince Ding's love, because what she wanted was something more important than Prince Ding's love." Su Qingqian had never had a good impression of these so-called legendary reclusive families. As for the so-called choosing a master on behalf of the heavens, it was even more nonsense. If they really had such foresight, they should have come out 10 years ago. Although the world situation was not clear now, Mo Xiaoyao obviously had the greatest chance. Adding on the power of infinite boundless mountain, it was indeed not difficult to create a hegemon that could unify the world. However, even without the people of infinite boundless mountain, the Prince Ding mansion could still do this. Why did they have to take on such a reputation? A trace of anger flashed in Dongfang Yu's eyes. She found it hard to remain calm at Su Qingqian's lack of respect for her. However, Su Qingqian's attitude made it impossible for her to vent her anger. For a moment, her expression became a little complicated. Dongfang Yu had always been aware of her own strengths and abilities, but she also knew that her innate talent was useless in front of determined people like Mo Xiaoyao and Su Qingqian, so she did not want to embarrass herself. He looked at Su Qingqian calmly and said, "I think there are some things that I need to discuss with Prince Ding personally. Perhaps Prince Ding will give a different answer. After all, young Master Qingqian doesn't have full authority to represent the Prince Ding mansion, right?" Su Qingqian raised his handsome eyebrows slightly and didn't comment. He simply said, "Prince Ding is not free right now. Dongfang Yu is not in a hurry. I can wait." Su Qingqian frowned as he looked at the woman in front of him. He suddenly felt that this woman was trouble. What he didn't know was that this woman was indeed troublesome, but she wasn't Mo Xiaoyao's problem. Dongfang Yu was indeed very patient. Su Qingqian sat in the hall and accompanied her to drink 6 or 7 cups of tea. Even young Master Qingqian, who was always calm and composed, felt that he couldn't bear to sit in silence with such a woman. However, Dongfang Yu didn't seem to be impatient at all. She sat in the hall with a dignified expression and occasionally took a few sips of tea. It wasn't until close to noon that Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li finally arrived. Seeing the stiffness and helplessness hidden under Su Qingqian's gentle and elegant face, Mo Xiaoyao's mood was obviously much better. As the host and guest sat down, Mo Xiaoyao leisurely leaned back in his chair and let Yi Li take the lead. Yi Li smiled at Dongfang Yu and said, "I haven't asked for your name." Dongfang Yu stood up and bowed, saying, "My name is Dongfang Yu. Greetings to Princess." Yi Li nodded and said with a smile, "Miss Dongfang, you don't have to be so courteous. The prince and I have some small matters. Sorry to have kept you waiting." Dongfang Yu smiled and said, "How could it be? With young Master Qingqian receiving us, my daughter and young Master Qingqian had a great time." Mo Xiaoyao smiled at Su Qingqian and said, "In that case, why don't Miss Dongfang tell young Master Qingqian directly? Now most of the affairs in the Prince Ding mansion are handled by young Master Qingqian." Hearing this, Dongfang Yu frowned slightly and said, "Prince, forgive my daughter for speaking bluntly. although the prince and princess are deeply in love, and the prince also trusts the Su family. Since ancient times, the monopolization of power by relatives has been the source of chaos. Moreover, the prince hasn't really achieved anything yet. If in the future, the three people in the hall silently looked at Dongfang Yu's words of advice. They were speechless. It was not that there was anything wrong with these words. At a certain time, these words could even be said to be priceless advice. But the problem was that Miss Dongfang was now neither a relative of the Prince Ding mansion nor a confidant of the Prince Ding mansion. Was it really good to speak so bluntly and speak ill of others in front of the Su family and Princess Ding? Did this girl actually memorize these words from a book? After Dongfang Yu finished speaking, Yili smiled and said, "Thank you for your advice, Miss Dongfang. I think the prince knows these things in his heart." Dongfang Yu frowned slightly and looked at Yi Li with some dissatisfaction. She said, "Princess Ding, although the Su family is your maternal family, as the saying goes, a married daughter is like spilled water. Moreover, you are not the daughter of the Su family. Shouldn't you be thinking of the Prince Ding mansion wholeheartedly?" How could such a thing for the family be the way of a wife and concubine? Yili was silent. This girl not only wanted to be a loyal minister and a martyr, but also wanted to be Empress Zhang's son. If the successors of the Boundless Mountain were all like this, Yili really doubted how they climbed to the position of Empress. She should have been killed by the Emperor because of her advice. "Miss Dongfang, you don't need to think about these things for the time being. Why don't you tell me what you came to the Prince Ding mansion for?" Yili finally couldn't help but interrupt her and ask. Dongfang Yu's beautiful face showed a trace of disbelief. She stared at Yi Li and said, "Princess Ding, don't you understand?" Finding that her intelligence was doubted, Yi Li felt very innocent. "What should I understand?" Dongfang Yu said, "I went down the mountain to assist the new emperor. Then go and find your new emperor." Yi Li's mood was also rather gloomy as she replied mildly. Dongfang Yu choked on her words, forgetting about Yi Li for a while before she smiled mildly. "The new emperor chosen by this generation of infinite Boundless Mountain is Prince Ding. I am this generation's successor of infinite Boundless Mountain, and have come to assist Prince Ding by the mandate of heaven." Yi Li looked at her, asking, "Miss Dongfang's so-called assistance is to enter the Prince Ding mansion and become the prince's concubine?" Dongfang Yu said unconcernedly, "This is only a temporary measure. Since Prince Ding has already taken a wife, I will naturally not interfere. When Prince Ding unifies the world, I will naturally retreat with success." Yili tilted her head and passed the problem to Mo Xiaoyao. "Prince, do as you see fit. Do you want to take in a female strategist?" Mo Xiaoyao's reply was merciless. "Throw her out for Ai, wasting Ai's time." "Prince Ding." Dongfang Yu opened her eyes wide in shock, glaring at Mo Xiaoyao as she said, "Prince Ding, do you really not want to know what benefits I can bring to you? Infinite Boundless Mountain's power is much greater than you can imagine." Mo Xiaoyao didn't even lift his eyes as he said indifferently, "I have no interest in that infinite Boundless Mountain of yours. Moreover, with a successor like you, even if infinite Boundless Mountain could withstand 1,000,000 mighty soldiers, it would still be useless." Chapter 789. Such words were even harder for Dongfang Yu to accept than directly looking down on infinite Boundless Mountain. She truly wanted to assist Mo Xiaoyao. She also believed that with her and infinite Boundless Mountain's help, Prince Ding would definitely be able to unify the world in the shortest time possible, becoming a mighty ruler of his generation. And infinite Boundless Mountain's reputation and position would also become even more resounding and consolidated. But she had never thought that Mo Xiaoyao would actually look down on her and the power behind her so much. Looking at Mo Xiaoyao, then looking at Yi Li, Dongfang Yu had a flash of understanding in her heart. Turning her head towards Su Qingchun, she frowned, saying, "Since Prince Ding is unable to accept this method of mine, then we can also change it." Mo Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent and unmoved, only to hear Dongfang Yu say in a clear voice, "Since Prince Ding is unwilling for me to marry into the Prince Ding mansion and ruin the relationship between Prince Ding and Princess, then I can also join the Su family." The three present were all stunned. Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li's gazes all turned towards Su Qingchen. Currently, only Su Qingchen and Su Qingyan were not engaged in the Su family. This Dongfang Yu would not want to marry Su Qingyan, whom she had barely met before. Therefore, there was only young Master Qingchen. Mo Xiaoyao's gaze instantly became playful, looking at young Master Qingchen as if he were looking at a piece of good fat meat. If young Master Qingchen could obtain infinite Boundless Mountain's help, then it would obviously be very worthwhile. Of course, this girl called Dongfang Yu could only obediently stay at home to take care of her husband and children and serve her in-laws. Don't even think about it. Su Qingchen unceremoniously rejected Mo Xiaoyao's plan. Mo Xiaoyao did not care. He did not see infinite Boundless Mountain's power as important. It would be good if they had it, but it did not matter if they did not. Moreover, if he really obtained infinite Boundless Mountain's assistance, he would still have to think of a way to claim it as his own, lest another bored woman appear 100 years later to choose him on behalf of the heavens. And Mo Xiaoyao shrugged and said, "All right, this matter, I'll leave it to young Master Qingchen to handle. I will not ask any more questions. Lily, let's go first. There's still things to deal with in the study." Yili looked at Su Qingchen hesitantly, and Mo Xiaoyao pulled her out and comforted her. "Don't worry. If young Master Qingchen can't even handle such a small matter, then he wouldn't deserve to be called the number one young master in the world. Thank you, Brother Qingchen." Seeing Mo Xiaoyao pull Yili away without hesitation, Su Qingchen wanted to throw all the booklets in the study at his face. He had worked so hard for the Prince Ding mansion. Not only did Mo Xiaoyao not feel the slightest bit of gratitude, but he was also constantly trying to make things difficult for him. "Master Qingchen," Dongfang Yu said softly. "Miss Dongfang." Su Qingchen stopped Dongfang Yu and said indifferently, "Say no more. The Prince Ding mansion does not need Miss Dongfang's help. Most importantly, the Su family did not need a daughter-in-law like Dongfang Yu." Dongfang Yu said unhappily, "Prince Ding did not say that. Isn't young Master Qingchen's decision too selfish?" Su Qingchen waved his sleeve and called for the guards outside. "Send Miss Dongfang out. No one is allowed to let her in." "I won't give up," Dongfang Yu said firmly. Su Qingchen's expression did not change. "Take her away." After sending Dongfang Yu away, Su Qingchen walked to the study with a gloomy face. In the study, Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li sat together. The warm and intimate atmosphere made one feel unnecessary. Seeing Su Qingchen enter, Yi Li stood up and said with a slight smile, "Big brother, Dongfang Yu's been sent away?" Su Qingchen nodded, and his sharp gaze swept towards Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao was not the least bit ashamed. He said with a smile, "What is young Master Qingchen doing? I did not say that. Isn't it that Miss Dongfang has taken a fancy to you?" Su Qingchen said with a slight smile, "That kind of girl. Even Prince Ding does not like her. Who could she like?" Although it was only a short conversation, Su Qingchen had already seen it clearly. He did not know how the people of the infinite Boundless Mountain raised Dongfang Yu. There was no such thing as love in her heart. Therefore, she really did not interfere in the relationship between Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li. Of course, she did not propose to marry Su Qingchen because she liked him. Instead, she felt that it was convenient. Marrying into the Prince Ding mansion as a concubine, or marrying Su Qingchen as his wife, she could use her own methods to help the Prince Ding mansion dominate the world. At the end of the day, she only had her so-called ambition and achievements in her heart. But her ambition, in the eyes of people like Mo Xiaoyao and Su Qingchen, was simply illusory. Other than the power of the infinite Boundless Mountain behind her, she had nothing. Not to mention assisting the emperor of a generation. A talented general, the head of the harem, the woman behind the emperor did not just need to be smart. Smart women could be found everywhere in the world. Similarly, There were also many who were proficient in the four arts. But women who could stand side by side with men, like Yi Li, were one of a kind. But in terms of the four arts, poetry, and even astrology, Yi Li might not be as good as Dongfang Yu. But if Dongfang Yu could do it, there were naturally other women in the world who could do it. And what Yi Li could do, there were very few women in the world who could do it. Therefore, she was one of a kind. Moreover, even the previous queens of the infinite boundless mountain had never placed themselves in the position of the emperor's assistant. In short, Dongfang Yu thought too highly of herself. Mo Xiaoyao smiled. Maybe that Miss Dongfang likes immortal young masters like young Master Qingchen. Prince, I suddenly remembered that I want to travel for a few days. I'll have to trouble Prince to settle the matters of the Prince Ding mansion by yourself. Su Qingchen's expression was unfriendly, as he said mildly. At the mention of this issue, Mo Xiaoyao could only admit defeat. After all, if he really forced young Master Qingchen to leave, it would be a huge loss. Coughing twice, Mo Xiaoyao said righteously, "In any case, I'll leave Dongfang Yu to deal with. Whether you want to kill her or take her home, I don't need to ask. Brother Qingchen, don't worry. No matter what you do, Ainli will definitely support you." Saying that, he did not forget to pat Su Qingchen's shoulder to show his support. Su Qingchen raised his hand in disdain and pushed Mo Xiaoyao's hand away. Had he ever seen such a shameless person? Young Master Qingchen deeply felt that having such a cousin-in-law was definitely the greatest disbelief in his life. If he had known that there would be such a day, he would never have married Liu to such a shameless person. Yi Li helplessly put her hand to her forehead and said, "Big brother, Xiaoyao, what exactly is this infinite boundless mountain?" Yi Li was not completely a person of this world after all. There were many things that were not especially important that she would not go out of her way to understand. For example, this infinite boundless mountain. Yi Li really did not have much of an impression of it. Su Qingchen sat down and said with furrowed brows, "The reason why infinite boundless mountain is so mysterious is greatly related to the fact that it has produced 3 empresses. Also, the people who have left the mountain for training in the past are indeed all elites amongst people. But if they are really so powerful that they can rule over the world." Young Master Qingchen's lips curled up slightly. Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li were both people who understood him very well. They naturally understood the mockery in his words. Chapter 790. Young Master Qingchen continued. The 3 generations of queens just happened to belong to 3 different countries, having existed for hundreds of years. Therefore, it should not be false to say that infinite boundless mountain possesses great power. Otherwise, it would not have been able to maintain its glory and mystery for hundreds of years. Now, since infinite boundless mountain's successor has left the mountain, then the others of infinite boundless mountain should not be too far away. Therefore, the prince now has 3 options: top, middle, and bottom. Mo Xiaoyao smiled thoughtfully. "I am all ears." Su Qingchen smiled. "The bottom option is that the prince does not need to care about Dongfang Yu. When she has given up, she will definitely choose someone else. At that time, the Prince Ding mansion will have one more great enemy. The middle option is that the prince complies with Dongfang Yu's wishes, taking her in as a concubine. At that time, infinite boundless mountain will definitely assist the Prince Ding mansion with all its might." Mo Xiaoyao said, "I always only take the best option." Su Qingchen smiled. "The best option is to exterminate infinite boundless mountain. From then on, the legend of heaven's chosen master will cease to exist." "Good idea." Mo Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. Su Qingchen nodded, smiling. "It is indeed a good idea. This way, even if the prince unifies the world in the future, he will not have to worry about being controlled by infinite boundless mountain. However, the problem now is infinite boundless mountain is not so easy to exterminate. Although their Prince Ding mansion disdained infinite boundless mountain, it did not mean that others would think the same. As long as someone was interested in infinite boundless mountain's successor, in heaven's chosen master, there would naturally be others who would deal with the Prince Ding mansion for them. It was even to the point that if they were not careful, it might lead to people from all over the world simultaneously attacking the Prince Ding mansion. Even if the Prince Ding mansion did not fear them, fighting on multiple fronts was definitely an extremely dangerous thing. Mo Xiaoyao pondered for a moment before saying, "It is also not as difficult as you think. The only ones who can truly go against us are Mo Jingli and Lei Jinting." Lei Jinting was restrained by the Emperor of Xiling, and Mo Jingli. There was still Lei Jinting in the middle. If he wanted to go against he would have to deal with Lei Jinting first. As for the northern tribes and the northern region, they won't have a chance. Su Qingchun also knew that Mo Xiaoyao's plans for the northern territory of the northern tribes had a high chance of success. There was indeed something that could be done. He raised an eyebrow at Mo Xiaoyao and asked, "Prince, have you decided?" Mo Xiaoyao snorted, not bothering to answer. Actually, there was another path that Su Qingchun did not mention. Mo Xiaoyao could agree to work together with Infinite Boundless Mountain. After the matter was settled, he could also make a move to deal with Infinite Boundless Mountain. With Mo Xiaoyao's intelligence, if he really wanted to scheme against Infinite Boundless Mountain, Su Qingchun also felt that it would not be difficult. Looking at the two men with serious faces, Yili asked, "Is it possible that Dongfang Yu is not someone of Infinite Boundless Mountain at all? Don't you feel that she is a little too?" Su Qingchun shook his head. Dynasties change. Moreover, it is impossible for a family to always be filled with elites. But that Dongfang Yu is indeed someone of Infinite Boundless Mountain. Yili raised an eyebrow, not understanding. Su Qingchun said with some disgust, "The people of Infinite Boundless Mountain's Fong family know a secret art, innately causing others to have a good impression of them. Lear also saw the scene at the banquet last night, didn't you?" Yili wanted to say, was that really a good impression? She felt that what Dongfang Yu had aroused was some hidden desire in men. How does Big Brother know so clearly? Yili asked curiously. Su Qingchun did not hide it, saying mildly, "Isn't there a legend that our Su family's ancestor married a girl of Infinite Boundless Mountain? Then what is the truth? There is indeed such a girl. However, the Su family's ancestor did not marry her. That year, he almost fell into her trap. Therefore, he once mentioned this in a letter he left behind, warning his descendants to be careful of Infinite Boundless Mountain's women," Su Qingchun said. So there was such a thing. This was the first time Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao had heard of it. Apart from being a little surprised, the impact on Infinite Boundless Mountain had decreased by a little. Yi Li pondered for a moment, then asked, "Since Infinite Boundless Mountain has the ability to choose its master on behalf of the heavens, why was Lei Jinting willing to send Dongfang Yu to the Prince Ding mansion? Could it be that Lei Jinting is also under the control of Infinite Boundless Mountain?" Su Qingchun shook his head. It shouldn't be to the extent of being under control. Perhaps Lei Jinting knew that with Lei Tingfeng's ability, he might not be able to deal with Infinite Boundless Mountain. As for the Prince Ding mansion, perhaps Lei Jinting was betting that the Prince Ding mansion would not accept Dongfang Yu. This way, the Prince Ding mansion and Infinite Boundless Mountain would definitely turn against each other. At that time, no matter who Infinite Boundless Mountain chooses to support, with the powerful enemy of the Prince Ding mansion present, he would also be able to take advantage of the situation. Lei Jinting was renowned throughout his life. It was a pity that his greatest regret was his son, Lei Tingfeng. This was not to say that Lei Tingfeng was not good. Lei Tingfeng was very good, whether in terms of personality or ability. However, he was still not good enough. Having grown up under his father's sharp edge since young, Lei Tingfeng clearly did not have the temperament to surpass the Prince Ding mansion's master. Therefore, as the crown prince of Jinan Palace, Lei Tingfeng was sufficient. However, as the king who shouldered the entire Western Tomb on his shoulders, he was still not strong enough. That is to say, Lei Tingfeng will also not cooperate with Infinite Boundless Mountain, Mo Xiaoyao pondered. Then, Infinite Boundless Mountain's most likely choice would be Mo Jingli. Mo Jingli, the regent of the Dechu state. Occupying the richest part of the Dechu state, Jiangnan, he had millions of soldiers under his command. Most importantly, while he was vicious, he lacked decisiveness and boldness. Such a person was practically the best candidate for a puppet. If it were Mo Xiaoyao, he would also choose Mo Jingli. Su Qingshan raised her brows. Do we need to make a move on Mo Jingli now? Mo Xiaoyao shook his head, saying, it's still not the time. Right now, we still have to deal with Yelu Yi and Rin Qining. However, we still need the things that we need. Send someone to tell Mo Jingli that the things I want will be sent over as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will give the things he wants to Lei Jinting. He only wanted a few treasures. If they were in Lei Jinting's hands, who knew what Lei Jinting would want? While you're at it, let's also reveal Dong Fangyu's intentions to Mo Jingli. See what Mo Jingli will do. If that's the case, then Yi Ying's side. Yi Ying was also an important chess piece. However, if they wanted Yi Ying to work for them while also stuffing people into Mo Jingli's side, that was obviously impossible. Yi Ying would also not be so obedient. Su Qingshan shook her head, saying, Lear, you don't need to worry about this. If Dong Fangyu really helps Mo Jingli, then Yi Ying will be even more reliant on the Princeton mansion. The Yi family would never be able to rise again. Yi Ying was still able to sit firmly in the position of princess consort largely because she was Princess Ding's younger sister. Once an extremely important woman appeared by Mo Jingli's side, then the Prince Ding mansion support and help would become even more important to Yi Ying. Chapter 791. Mr. Qingyun's birthday banquet could be said to have ended perfectly. Many of the guests who had come left one after another. This included Su Qingbai and Mr. Xiaoding, who had rushed back to the Western Tomb as soon as possible. After all, the Western Tomb had just been conquered, and there was still a need for someone to hold the fort there. As for the dignitaries of the various countries, including Jinnam of Gojoseon and Mo Jingli, they had no intention of leaving. Everyone understood that the true negotiations and game of chess would only truly begin today. Whoever left at this time would be the one who would be sidelined in this competition, thus losing the opportunity to seize the initiative. Glass City, which was originally already surging with undercurrents, became even more mysterious because of the sudden appearance of the infinite Boundless Mountain successor at Mr. Qingyun's birthday banquet. In the Prince Ding mansion, Lei Jinting sat in the study, sipping tea as he sized up Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao, who were seated at the head of the table, his expression somewhat complicated. Although he had already considered the possibility that Mo Xiaoyao might reject him when he had brought Mo Xiaoyao to Glass City, he still could not help but feel a little shocked when he heard Mo Xiaoyao's answer from start. To be honest, if not for the fact that the Emperor of Xiling had once given birth to a queen of the infinite Boundless Mountain, Lei Jinting was not sure if he would be able to reject such a temptation. However, Mo Xiaoyao had already rejected him. Although he was a little shocked, the overall situation was still in his favor. He naturally would not be so foolish as to push the power of the infinite Boundless Mountain onto Mo Xiaoyao. Prince Ding's decisions always surprise I. Lei Jinting raised the teacup in his hands towards Mo Xiaoyao to show his respect. Mo Xiaoyao smiled mildly. Jinnam of Gojoseon overpraises me. Isn't Jinnam of Gojoseon also not interested? Lei Jinting sighed, somewhat regretfully. If I said that I was really not interested in the power of the infinite Boundless Mountain, that would be a lie to Prince Ding. It was just that it wasn't suitable. Moreover, even at this age, I'm still being manipulated by others. I might as well just die here and be done with it. If infinite Boundless Mountain only had Dong Fangyu alone, it would not be of much use. After Dong Fangyu, there would definitely be others joining. Lei Jinting's grandmother was of the infinite Boundless Mountain. He could be said to be the person who understood infinite Boundless Mountain the most in this world. Naturally, he would not allow himself to be made into a puppet. I heard that Prince Ding has officially rejected Dong Fangyu. However, based on Ai's understanding of her, I'm afraid that she won't give up so easily. Lei Jinting calmly reminded. even though he and Mo Xiaoyao were destined to be enemies, but sometimes they could still work together. And Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully, "So what if I don't give up?" Infinite Boundless Mountain's descendant is actually like that. That so-called Infinite Boundless Mountain is also about to fall, right? Dongfang Yu is indeed very powerful, at least in terms of martial arts. And Mo Xiaoyao had never seen a woman who could surpass her. Even among men, she could probably be ranked in the top 10 of the Jianghu. Since she was from the Infinite Boundless Mountain, she should also be proficient in the four arts. Also, with Lei Jinting's personal guarantee, Dongfang Yu is also proficient in medicine. It was just a pity that while Dongfang Yu was good at everything, her brain was not too good. Looking at Mo Xiaoyao and Yili smiling at each other, the indistinct intimacy between the two of them made one feel as if there was an invisible layer binding them together, completely different from outsiders, while outsiders were also unable to come between them. Lei Jinting lowered his eyes slightly, deep in thought. Since someone from Infinite Boundless Mountain has come out, they will definitely have to choose someone to support. Since Prince Ding has already rejected her, who is the most likely candidate? Mo Xiaoyao did not hide it. Mo Jingli. Lei Jinting's face darkened slightly. Mo Jingli was currently in a standoff with him at the Cloudwater River. If he had Infinite Boundless Mountain's help, the one who would be out of luck would still be him. Mo Xiaoyao was far away and naturally did not have anything to do with him for the time being. Looking at Lei Jinting's displeased expression, Yili smiled mildly. Genom of Gojoseon need not worry. If Mo Jingli is too strong, it would also be of no benefit to our Prince Ding mansion. We will naturally not sit by and do nothing. Lei Jinting was not someone who could be so easily convinced. Looking at Yili, he smiled. Let Infinite Boundless Mountain support Mo Jingli, and then I and Mo Jingli will fight it out to the death, while the Prince Ding mansion will reap the benefits. The two of you are really good at scheming. Since that is the case, I feel that Renqining is more suitable. Being the orphan of the previous dynasty, wouldn't that be more in line with Infinite Boundless Mountain's choice? Mo Xiaoyao's smile was slightly cold. Renqining does not have that fate. Lei Jinting's gaze hardened as he quickly calculated the meaning behind Mo Xiaoyao's words. The Prince Ding mansion intended to make a move against the north? He had thought that the Prince Ding mansion's greatest enemy should be the northern tribes. Seeing Lei Jinting's doubts and guesses, Mo Xiaoyao did not explain, saying mildly, Genom of Gojoseon can just watch. Mo Jingli is Infinite Boundless Mountain's only choice. Of course, Genom of Gojoseon has another choice. I'm all ears, Lei Jinting said cautiously. With a smile on his face, Mo Xiaoyao said casually, before Infinite Boundless Mountain chooses who to assist, exterminate them. SSS, Lei Jinting could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, staring at Mo Xiaoyao for a while before finally confirming that he was not joking and was really proposing such a thing. After a long time, Lei Jinting sighed. Prince Ding does not understand Infinite Boundless Mountain very well. Therefore, he does not know their strength, and Mo Xiaoyao nodded. I indeed do not understand Infinite Boundless Mountain very well. The descendants of Infinite Boundless Mountain had never offended anyone from the Prince Ding mansion. Therefore, to the Prince Ding mansion, the so-called Infinite Boundless Mountain was no more than an illusory legend. Perhaps the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain themselves also knew that the previous leaders of the Prince Ding mansion had never been suitable for them to manipulate. But even so, Infinite Boundless Mountain still does not have the strength to contend against the country, right? Since they had planned so many things, it proved that the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain also had ambitions. Harboring ambitions, yet always hiding behind others, that could only mean that the other party still did not have the ability to fight for the throne under the heavens. Lei Jinting shook his head. The reason why the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain have never participated in fighting for the throne under the heavens. It is not that they do not have the strength to do so. Rather, Lei Jinting hesitated for a moment, seemingly unsure whether he should say it or not. Pausing for a moment, he still finally opened his mouth. The reason why they have always been in seclusion is because the previous lords of Infinite Boundless Mountain have always been women. They simply cannot come out and fight for the position of the 9 and 5 themselves. The Central Plains are not like the Southern Territories. Whether it is the common folk or the generals, they would definitely not tolerate a woman ascending to the throne. Therefore, they can only choose to control it from the shadows. After hundreds of years of operation, Infinite Boundless Mountain's influence has long since spread throughout the western tomb of the Dechu state. Even the southern Zhao northern tribes, and even the various countries of the western regions have traces of them. Does Prince Ding know why Dongfang Yu has suddenly appeared this time? Mo Xiaoyao raised his brows, not saying anything. Lei Jinting said coldly, because quite a few of the people Prince Ding killed in the Emperor of Shiling's city belong to Infinite Boundless Mountain. It was only because of this that the current Lord of Infinite Boundless Mountain was alerted. Prince Ding is right. Actually, the best choice for Infinite Boundless Mountain right now is Mo Jingli, because currently, Infinite Boundless Mountain has the most influence in the imperial court of the Dechu state. Also, even in your Prince Ding mansion, I cannot guarantee that there are no people of Infinite Boundless Mountain. Chapter 792. The Prince Ding mansion had been managed by the successive generations of Prince Ding like an iron bucket. Although Lei Jinting had said so, he also understood. If there was a place that was the hardest to enter in the all-pervasive Infinite Boundless Mountain, it would definitely be the Prince Ding mansion. Mo Xiaoyao nodded. Many thanks to Jinim of Gojoseon for your guidance. I understand. To be honest, I also don't have the time to deal with the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain for now. However, I can guarantee that when you are facing off against Mo Jingli, I definitely won't sneak attack you from the back. In fact, when necessary, I can even provide you with some information. Of course, this is only limited to Infinite Boundless Mountain. Lei Jinting naturally knew that although the Dechu state's imperial court had moved south, news of the Prince Ding mansion in the Dechu state did not lag behind in the slightest. In truth, receiving such a promise from Mo Xiaoyao had already greatly exceeded Lei Jinting's expectations. It was just that how much of Mo Xiaoyao's words could be trusted was a problem. Mo Xiaoyao could also see Lei Jinting's doubts, as he said in a heavy tone, "Since I've already made a promise, I naturally won't go back on it. If I were to fight with Jinim of Gojoseon, it would still be better to fight openly on the battlefield." Lei Jinting looked deeply at the two of them before standing up and saying, "I understand. Since that's the case, I will take my leave. I won't see you out." Not long after sending off Lei Jinting, Yalu Hong and Princess Ronghua arrived. The four of them had a secret discussion in the study for close to 2 hours. Naturally, there was no way to know what they had discussed. However, the matter of Prince Ding and Yalu Hong's spying had reached Yalu Ye's ears without any hindrance. In the guest house, Yalu Ye's face was as cold as water. Dismissing the guard who had come to report, a cold light flashed in his cold eyes. Yalu Hong wanted to join forces with Mo Xiaoyao to deal with him. Not so easy. On the bed in the inner room, noble consort Lu leaned against the headboard with a pale face. The wound on his abdomen was still throbbing with pain after a night of rest. Noble consort Lu's expression turned even colder when she recalled how Princess Jinning had pierced the hairpin in her abdomen without the slightest hesitation, and how obedient her children were to Mo Xiaoyao and Yili. "Prince," noble consort Lu called after thinking for a while. A moment later, Yaluyi walked in with a gloomy face. His gaze towards noble consort Lu was filled with disgust and disdain. Originally, they were just using each other. After last night, Yaluyi looked at noble consort Lu with even more disgust. Although noble consort Lu had helped him a lot during the siege of the Great Chu Kingdom, he still had a lot of things to worry about. But after that, it didn't have much use. The only reason he hadn't abandoned her was because this woman knew how to please men, especially his imperial father. Yi couldn't understand how his wise and mighty imperial father had become so muddle-headed in his 60s. Even though he didn't have any real relationship with noble consort Lu, every time he saw Yelu Hong look at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, Yi wished he could strangle this woman to death. "What is it?" Yi asked coldly. Because of Ye's cold tone, noble consort Lu bit the corner of her lips in disgust. But she also knew that they were currently in Glass City, and she had to rely on Yi for everything, so she didn't dare to get too angry. She could only force out a smile and said, "Your Highness doesn't seem to be in a good mood? Is it because of Yelu Hong and the Prince Ding mansion?" Yi looked at her coldly. Noble consort Lu said lightly, "Prince doesn't need to look at me like that. This isn't something difficult to guess. After all, Yelu Hong's crown princess is Princess Ronghua." Even though Princess Ronghua didn't have a good relationship with the Prince Ding mansion when they were in the capital, but this time in Glass City, her relationship with Yi Li is very good. If Yelu Hong wants to ally with Prince Ding to deal with the prince, he naturally has to start with his crown princess. Yi snorted. If Yelu Hong wants to deal with I, it depends on whether he has the ability. He's just lucky to have a queen as his birth mother. Noble consort Lu said, "That's true. It's a pity that the prince is good at everything, but he doesn't have a queen as his mother." These words just happened to poke at Ye's sore spot. He glanced at her and said, "If you want to talk nonsense with I, then don't say anything. Recuperate well, lest you accidentally die in Glass City." Hearing the word die, noble consort Lu couldn't help but tremble slightly. In these 2 years, she had experienced too much pain and struggle, and she understood the horror of death even more. She also knew that Yi was dissatisfied with her. If she angered Yi, even if others didn't do anything to her, Yi would use some means to kill her in Glass City. Thinking of this, noble consort Lu couldn't help but resent Yi Li's good luck. She thought that she wasn't inferior to Yi Li in any way, but Yi Li was the princess consort of Ding Country and was doted on by her husband and admired by the world, while she had to struggle bitterly just to survive. Seeing that noble consort Lu was tactful, Yi snorted with satisfaction. Noble consort Lu hurriedly threw away her thoughts and said to Yi, "Prince, if His Majesty knows that the Crown Prince has such a good relationship with Prince Ding, do you think His Majesty will be angry? Even if His Majesty won't do anything to the Crown Prince, what about the Crown Princess?" The people of the northern tribes originally rejected outsiders. This was also the reason why noble consort Lu changed her name to Qingyaina. She had already lost her noble status. If she still stayed in the northern tribes as a woman of the Chu state, she would have been trampled to the bottom of the mud. Hearing this, Ye's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. If he could get rid of Yelu Hong, that would be the best. Even if he couldn't, he had to get rid of Princess Ronghua. Once Princess Ronghua was gone, the relationship between Yelu Hong and the Prince Ding mansion would naturally be in danger. Continue. Noble consort Lu nodded. If His Majesty knows that the Crown Prince is colluding with the Prince Ding mansion, then Prince Ding mansion will do something, or something will happen at the border. Yi lowered his eyes and didn't speak. Noble consort Lu knew that he was thinking and didn't disturb him. After a long time, Yi looked up at noble consort Lu and said, "I'll have to rely on you for this." Noble consort Lu understood and smiled. "I understand. I will immediately write a secret letter to His Majesty." The king of the northern tribes was old and had become more and more muddle-headed in recent years, so he favored noble consort Lu. He didn't even care about the fact that she was his son's fiancée. Although Yi only casually said this in order to bring noble consort Lu to the army. After all, many people still knew. This caused Ye's face to turn ugly. Not long after the secret letter was sent out from the post house, a gray figure appeared in the study of the Prince Ding mansion. In the study, Immerse Xiaoyao and Yi Li sat opposite Yelu Hong and Princess Ronghua, leisurely drinking tea. Taking the secret letter from Ah Jin, Immerse Xiaoyao didn't read it and just handed it to Yelu Hong. Yelu Hong silently opened the letter and read it. His face couldn't help but turn green, and he slammed the letter on the table. Princess Ronghua frowned with worry, picked up the letter, and read it. Her face was also a little ugly. If this letter was sent to the northern tribes, the first unlucky person would be her. Chapter 793. Emo Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Prince Yelu doesn't need to worry. In Glass City, if I don't agree, even a mosquito won't be able to fly out. But once Yelu Yi returns to the northern tribes, I won't be able to do anything. Yelu Hong looked at Emo Xiaoyao and said calmly, "Doesn't Prince Ding just want to see us brothers fight?" Emo Xiaoyao smiled. "Prince Yelu, what you mean is that if I didn't exist, you brothers would get along well. All these years, I haven't done anything to the northern tribes." Yelu Hong was silent. It wasn't just these years. In fact, ever since he was made the crown prince, he had never stopped fighting with Yelu Yi. Don't think that the tribes outside the Great Wall didn't fight and scheme against each other. In fact, their fights were even more vicious and bloody than those hidden in the dark. Yelu Yi was a very ambitious person, but Yelu Hong wasn't a soft egg that could be bullied by anyone. Since he was already the crown prince, he couldn't back down. Therefore, the conflict between the two brothers wasn't something that anyone could change. Although he understood that Emo Xiaoyao was right, it didn't change the fact that he had been tricked by Emo Xiaoyao. Emo Xiaoyao smiled. "Prince Yelu, you don't need to worry too much. At least you and I have the same goal, don't we? You don't want to be defeated by Yelu Yi. I want to drive the northern tribes out of the Central Plains and take a few people's lives." Yelu Hong said unhappily, "I am the crown prince of the northern tribes." Did driving the northern tribes out of the Central Plains sound good to him? Although Yelu Yi had taken the land, Yelu Hong was indeed jealous. But it was still the land that the northern tribes had taken. The Central Plains was rich. Who wouldn't want it if they could? Emo Xiaoyao said lightly, "The Central Plains is different from the northern tribes. Does Prince Yelu really think that the northern tribes can do anything in the Central Plains?" Yelu Hong raised his eyebrows, unconvinced. "Prince Ding, how do you know that it can't be done?" "At least not now," Emo Xiaoyao retorted bluntly. "The Central Plains isn't that weak. Even without the Dechu state, there was still the Prince Ding Mansion. Even without the Prince Ding Mansion, there was still the West Hill. The northern tribes want to take over the Central Plains, but I'm afraid they are not strong enough." Even though this was the truth, it was also a warning. Although Yelu Hong was unwilling, he knew that what Emo Xiaoyao said was the truth. Throughout history, the northern tribes had attempted to invade the Central Plains countless times. However, none of them succeeded even once. Even though the dynasties in the Central Plains had declined to the extreme, the ones who eventually destroyed them were still the Central Plains people themselves. Perhaps the people of the Central Plains were very fond of internal strife, which was why they had been replaced generation after generation. But at the same time, they were also very determined to resist the invasion of foreign races. When necessary, they could even put aside their previous grudges and join forces to fight against foreign enemies. This was also the reason why many foreign races had failed to invade them in the end. Yelu Hong sighed and said, "Perhaps Prince Ding is right." He wasn't sitting here to discuss with Emo Xiaoyao whether the northern tribes should invade the Central Plains. Before he could sit on the throne of the northern tribes, he didn't have the right to discuss this issue. Emo Xiaoyao didn't want to dwell on this matter. He looked at Yelu Hong and smiled. "Prince Yelu, don't worry. I also have no interest in the northern tribes. So, there isn't any conflict of interest between us, is there? After Yelu Yi is finished, and Prince Yelu becomes the king of the northern tribes, I will take back what originally belonged to the Central Plains people. Besides, there's almost no need for Prince Yelu to do anything. In fact, Prince Yelu is the one who reaps the benefits." Then what are Prince Ding's plans? Yelu Hong had to admit that he was indeed moved by Emo Xiaoyao's words. As the prince of the northern tribes, he definitely wouldn't have any thoughts of betraying the country by colluding with the Prince Ding Mansion. But his position as the prince wasn't that comfortable. Although his mother was the queen of the northern tribes, his father favored Ye's mother more. More importantly, Yi had more military power behind him than he did. And in the northern tribes, without enough military power, you were nothing. In the past year, his father had been very fond of the woman Yi brought back. Although he often mocked Yi, the pressure on him had increased. If not for the fact that he had no other choice, he definitely wouldn't accept the olive branch from the Prince Ding mansion. He wouldn't betray the northern tribes, but he had to protect his position and life. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and looked at Yi beside him. Just now, Yi had been writing on the paper. Now, she put down the pen and handed the letter full of words to Yelu Hong. Yelu Hong took the letter and was stunned. The handwriting on the letter was at least 90% similar to the previous one, but the content was completely different. Ye's letter was naturally about Yelu Hong colluding with Prince Ding to betray the country. But the name of the main character in this letter was changed to Yi himself. The other party wasn't the Prince Ding mansion, but the North's Ren Qining. Previously, when Ren Qining and Yi signed the treaty at the Purple Thorns Pass, it was Yi who acted first and reported later. It wasn't impossible to make a fuss about this matter. Thinking of this, Yelu Hong looked at Yi Li with admiration. "Thank you, Princess." Yi Li smiled faintly. "Crown Prince doesn't need to be so polite." Although my handwriting is slightly different from Noble Consort Lu's, it shouldn't be a big problem. If it was in the Dechu state, there might be some problems. The Dechu state's court didn't lack famous calligraphers. But in the royal house of the northern tribes, it was already very good to be able to completely translate a letter, let alone distinguish the handwriting. Even if someone compared Noble Consort Lu's handwriting, they probably wouldn't be able to see the small difference. But even if the king can cover it up for now, when Yi and Noble Consort Lu return to the northern tribes, it will still be exposed. Princess Ronghua frowned and said worriedly. Mo Xiaoyao said, "You don't need to worry too much about this. In a short time, Yi probably won't be able to return to the royal house of the northern tribes. As long as Crown Prince Yelu doesn't let him write a letter to the king of the northern tribes, it's fine. As for Noble Consort Lu, she doesn't need to go back." With the king of the northern tribes' love for Noble Consort Lu, if she really returned to the royal house of the northern tribes, it wouldn't be a good thing. Moreover, from the beginning, Mo Xiao didn't plan to let those two people leave the Dechu state. But there's one more thing that I need the Crown Prince's help with. So many things were planned by Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li. Yelu Hong naturally knew that he couldn't just do nothing. He nodded and said, "Prince Ding, just say it." Mo Xiaoyao said lightly, "Send Helian Jun to the Central Plains to assist Yi." This, Yelu Hong was a little hesitant. Although Helian Jun gradually fell out of favor because of the defeat, he was still Ye's uncle. In these years, there were signs of him gradually recovering. Not to mention, many of the generals in the Northern Tribes army used to be Helian Jun's subordinates. If he really led the army, he was afraid that he would be nurturing a tiger. "Don't worry, Helian Jun, I will help you take care of it." Yelu Hong just remembered that Mo Xiaoyao and Helian Jun had a deep hatred for each other. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, "In that case, I will go back and report to Father to allow Helian Jun to lead the army." Thank you that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.